epistemologija in emocionalno fokusirana terapija za pare. Malo ste najbolj že prebrali v vabilu na seminar, da je Kyriaki Polychroni ena posebna gospa, zelo aktivna, da je bila zdaj 3 leta predsednica Evropskega združenja za družinsko terapijo. V Istanbulu, kjer je bil kongres, ki je vsake 3 leta pred 14 dnevi se zaključil, je predala svoje predsedništvo naslednici za 3 leta. Kyriaki Polychroni poučuje praktično po vsem svetu, samo v zadnjem letu je bila vsakih 14 dni nekje, od Kanade pa do Ukrajine. Tako da ima zelo veliko izkušenj kot učiteljica, dela drugače na inštitutu, ki je najstarejši inštitut sistemske psihoterapije v Evropi. Letos praznuje 50-letnico, ustanovljen je bil leta 63. Njen mož vodi ta inštitut, ki je tudi ena najbolj znanih psihoterapevtov v Grčiji. Kyriaki je v bazi, kot smo rekel, sistemski psihoterapevt, je pa v zadnjih letih potem tudi našla izziv v tem, kako ugraditi v sistemski pristop spoznanja teorije navezanosti in kako to tudi klinično praktično uporabiti. No in tukaj se je potem nastala ta tudi vez z emocionalno fokusirano terapijo, za katero najbolj veste, da prav to počne, da so aplicirali teorijo navezanosti v klinični kontekst. Kaj naj še rečem o Kyriaki? Srečala sva se v okviru Evropske zveze za sistemsko terapijo. Vsako leto ima ta zveza že več kot 10 let srečanja učiteljev in supervizorjev, tako da se zbere okoli 200 učiteljev in supervizorjev iz cele Evrope in izmenjujejo izkušnje, so delavnice, so predavanja, zelo posrečeno. Mislim, da je to edino združenje psihoterapevtsko, ki goji taka srečanja, poleg seveda drugih strokovnih srečanj. Ko sem bil lani v Ohridu na takem srečanju, sem se udeležil delavnice Kyriaki na to temo, kakor je danes. Mi je bilo zelo všeč, odlikura, ker res uspela povedati zelo bistvene stvari, demonstrirati ta način dela, tako da se mi je zdelo, to bi bilo pa za vas, naše študente, lahko zelo zanimivo. Tako, to je moj kratek uvod, sem zelo vesel. I give in Slovenian small introduction about you, your biography, how we met and so on. Torej, we would take care about now technical details, or shall I tell them about the break, or?
Go ahead.
Yes,
but can
I
you
will
do
not
that?
in English, I will
Yeah.
do in English.
Okay.
So, now we go switch to English. Yes, I will translate, and we work as it is usual for our program from 9 to 12:30 today, and then from 2 to 6 p.m. So you have,
With a break.
yes, you have 1 hour and a half break for lunch from 12:30 till 2. And we have short breaks in between. So, for example, we will probably have a break at around 11, and this break is really short, 15 minutes. I kindly ask you to be punctual, because this seminar is experiential, it's not a lecture.
Can I just add something to that?
Yes.
You say 11 o'clock, but I want to have the acceptance of the group that I have to judge according to the group process. If that will be 10 to 11, if that will be 11:15, it won't be exactly.
Yes, I
Okay.
said around.
Okay.
I said around 11. So, tomorrow we work the same schedule from 9. If it is possible that you be more punctual tomorrow till 6. if somebody will leave before, please tell us, because it is a group process that is sensible to such comings and goings. And if you have planned to stay very shortly, it's better that you leave, because otherwise it is too distracting. So this seminar is from the beginning till the end, together, okay? What else to tell you about materials? Kyriaki will show slides that you will get after the seminar. And you will also get an article and links to many materials of systemic psychotherapy and EFT that are available on the internet, because Kyriaki took care at the last Congress in Istanbul that the presenters gave their material and are all published on the internet page of EFTA, European Family Therapy Association. So plenty of material available free for you, no worry, but you will get this after the seminar. We will collect with my secretary all your mails and send all this to you. For the ko se reče potrdila o deležbi, angliško certificates of attendance. For the certificates of attendance, it's like this, that for the systemic students you have indexes. So, a lahko greste kar naprej, tule so še prosto, prosim, da se ne kužvate tam. Prosim, kdorkoli pride kasneje, pošljite ga naprej, tukaj so prosta mesta. To je majhna kazen za tiste, ki tudi Alenka dobična gledaš. Zakazam si tisti, ki zamudijo, morajo biti videni od vseh. So, for systemic students, you don't get the certificates of attendance, but you come to me or Kyriaki and show some index where you have a place for the seminars. For the students of SFU, this is a regular program. I will check your attendance, or Katarina will do. We have here the list. And there are some guests and extra participants, so please tell me who need and how many need the certificate of attendance. Can you give your hands up now so that I count and prepare tomorrow? Mojca? Yes? Dobrin?
I don't know.
Maybe. Yes? Okay. 3. Okay. Not much. I will prepare 10 and then 10 now. Okay. If there will be something more, I will tell you. But for now, please give up.
Dobro jutro.
Good morning.
Kalimera. I'm very happy to be here. This is my first time in Ljubljana. Does anyone not speak English? Oh.
Oh, super. No translation.
Okay. But if you don't understand something, then can you put your hand up when you don't understand something and it will be translated? Okay, because with the translation we lose the connection sometimes, so it's easier if we just use one language. English is not my language, Greek is my language. So I know how difficult it is to communicate in another language, but we will both do our best. I'm very happy to be here. This is my first time in Slovenia, and it already seems familiar to me, although I don't know your culture and I don't know your country very well. I have met Miran, as he told you, I think he told you, in EFTA a number of times, and we have had the opportunity, we connected very easily, yes? And FTTIC is the Training Institute Association of Europe, and your institute and your program is now a part of the wider European network. So that's why I'm here, in order to facilitate our connection even further.
We connected strongly at Cevapcici in Ohrid.
Yes. Dancing, and I think we even got some photos of that, so yeah. That's an important part of connecting. Yes, yeah. Today and tomorrow, I'm hoping that we can co-create together a learning process in this room. I am 60 years old this year, and my hair, although it doesn't look very white, has gone white, and it is many years now that I don't try to play God. So I am not here to be a super duper authority figure in family and couple therapy. I'm here to learn along with you, yeah, and to learn about your culture and your couples and your families and how you experience them, while at the same time I will be hopefully teaching you something. Yeah? So I'm hoping that this will be a humanly and scientifically co-learning experience. Yeah? In these 2 days, I want to just give you, in our culture, we don't say a taste, we say a smell. I'd like to give you a smell of our approach. I think you said about our institute.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Our institute is called the Athenian Institute of Anthropos. Anthropos in Greek means the total human being. It's not woman, it's not man. It is the biopsychosocial being of the human being. Yeah? And our institute, I also think you said it was the first institute. I'm beginning to know.
Good.
Yeah. The thing is that our institute is not just a family therapy institute. It never was. It has always been an institute that has what we call multifocal, multi-level intervention model. And this is because in 1963, when our institute was established in Greece by George and Vasu Vasiliou, you may be able to read articles by them. They were trained in the United States in the 50s, and so they became very good friends with Paul Václavic, Virginia Satir. We were trained by them in Greece, with Don Jackson. Welcome, come inside. This was a new movement in the United States, family therapy, the systemic approach. But when the Vasilious brought over the ocean systemic thinking and family therapy, and tried to do family therapy in our culture, the way they learned it in the United States, what do you think happened?
It didn't work out that well.
Good. It didn't work. Why didn't it work? Why do you think it didn't work?
Different culture.
It's a different culture. And a different what?
Bonding.
Different
together.
bonding, exactly, right? So it didn't work. For example, when I went into the institute, we would sit behind the one-way mirror, we would see a family, and they would try to work with what the Americans would call a withdrawn father, because he wouldn't speak, and there was no way to get him in. And so the Vasilious had to do a lot of research, because research is a very important part of systemic thinking, of systemic therapy, of family therapy. They did a lot of research on the Greek culture and the family. And they found many, many differences in the dynamics of the family. Something which today you say immediately that each culture is different. But at that time, they thought, the people in family, that doing a family is a family anywhere. It's a similar thing. In 1970, when I began my training, the Vasilius were organizing in Delphi. You must know about Delphi in Greece. And we had symposiums there. And Václavic was there, Peggy Papp was there, Virginia Satir was there, Nathan Ackerman was there, a father of family therapy. You will know him from your readings. So he said to our teacher, I'd like to work with a Greek family. Okay. So they brought a Greek family from Delphi, from the village, into the session. And Ackerman tried to work with them. Because Vasiliu was saying, it's not the same, right? So they set up a family in the center, and Nathan Ackerman turns to the wife because they were having problems. And he says to her, well, does your husband love you? And she looks at him and she says, well, every Easter we have enough money for us to buy shoes, new shoes for the children. That is a custom in our country every Easter. Yes, Ackerman says, but does your husband love you? And she says, well, every time we have enough money from the olives, he gives me the money and I pay and he trusts me to give it out. Yes, he says, but does he love you? Yeah. And she says, well, my mother got sick and he was okay for her to be in our house for 6 months and he didn't say anything. So Nathan Ackerman gets really angry and he turns to George Vasiliu and he says, you're not translating correctly. Okay? Because at that time, there was nothing that could say that love is not the same all over the world, right? And for this woman, love was exactly what she was talking about, right? Being able to feel safe through the division of roles in a traditional society, okay? And they were a loving relationship in a different way than we want it today, but they were, yeah? So we did quite a bit of research on culture. And this is, and we will be working on that today. Miran had to send a very general title for my training with you. The title of what I will be presenting, and that's because I wasn't sending him a title because I was too busy with this stupid, no, it wasn't a stupid congress, but yeah, it was a beautiful congress, but I was very busy, and so I didn't send him the title. If you want, you can write down what I'm going to be presenting. And what I'm going to be presenting you these 2 days is a multi-voice approach to couple and family therapy. And the subtitle is Integrating Culture and Attachment into the systems framework. So, culture is one of the main foundations of what we will be working these 2 days, especially today. Tomorrow we will do more on attachment. Today we'll focus more on the cultural aspects. And why is that? I hope we will see through working with demonstrations and working with exercises that inside of us, even there's a lot of young people here today, and there's quite a difference in other ages in here today. Even the younger of you, we say, maybe you'll prove me wrong, that even the people that are in the postmodern society have what we call multiple inner voices that are culturally transmitted through the generations. And how are they transmitted? From your family, from your extended family, from proverbs, from fairy tales, from stories about the past. And these all have an effect on us, even if we want to or we don't want to, right? So we will see, and theoretically and in practice, how these can influence our inner voices, okay? And inner realities, such that what's happening, what we think today, and again we'll work on it, is that perhaps when we see a family, or more specifically when we see a couple, and they lose their connection, they're in a lot of difficulty, many times, if we keep this model in mind, that the culture has changed, that transition, and that's a very important word, our cultures are in transition from a more traditional model of relating to a more modern and postmodern, then maybe these couples are confused with all these inner voices. This transition happening inside of each of them. So our model depathologizes, and we try to normalize that this is something that's going on for all of us. I know that's very vague and theoretical at the moment, but we hope we will be able to work hands-on on that during these 2 days. So one of the ways that we are in difficulty is that we are couples and families in cultures that are in transition and confusion of inner voices. And the second thing that comes in our model at the Institute is attachment. Because systems epistemology, up till now, up till recent years, had a very clear model of working between individuals, okay? Working on the relationship, on the interaction, but we did not have a model of working inside the person, all right? So, and we didn't really know exactly what this interaction, this difficult interaction, was about. We didn't have a wider frame to understand this emotional. Why do people argue so deeply emotional? What's happening there? So fortunately, John Bowlby, who you know about from your studies, we thought that was a reductionistic way of looking at things in the past with a baby. And now, all this brilliant research on the brain and attachment, and shows us that even in adult life, attachment is essential. And the way when we lose connection, what's happening inside of us is one of the other things that influences couples and families. This is a universal need, attachment. So along with the cultural transition, the universal need of attachment, and what happens to you emotionally when you disconnect, we have put these two together and created that multi-voice model that we'll be working on these 2 days, okay? Now, I've said a lot. What I'd like to do is to now tell you a little bit about the way we will be working. Miran used the word experiential, yeah? And he has told me that you're used to doing that, yes? I would like, though, to have your agreement that we will be working experientially, and to also give me the mandate of asking you to do specific things. Is that all right with you?
Agreed.
Yeah? That's okay? And he already talked about this is a journey together, and each of you will have a role. So it's really important that we do stay together. I don't know about the other people if they will be coming, but hopefully they won't be intrusive in our process. So, having said that, I'm going to give you a little bit of time now to get to know each other. I know a lot of you know each other, right? But I'm going to ask you to do the following. I want you to get up, and can you, now you don't need your books for a while, okay? So I'd like you to get up and look around, and I'm going to ask you first to take out the chairs that were not necessary to the other room, and then actually, don't worry about it. I will do that later. Just don't. That's okay. That's okay. Thank you. I want you to form dyads. I want you to form dyads, but please, I want you to choose someone that you do not know. Bateson, you must have read Gregory Bateson. If not, you should read him. He is, oh, you can't even describe him anyway. Bateson has shown us that difference makes the difference. Yeah? So, in forming your dyad, try to choose someone that is different than you. Age, sex, level of training, you do not know them. So don't form a dyad with someone that you know. Form a dyad with someone you do not know. And take your chair and sit knee to knee in front of each other. Go ahead. As much as you can. You're good here, here, over here. Our dear colleague here is asking, is there someone, I mean, you will not be asked to disclose personal things here, but is it okay with you that we tape this? Is there someone that doesn't want us to have the tape on? Okay, thank you so much. All right, so I'd like you just to look at each other for a moment, right? And what I'd like you to do is, since you are aware and you know how to work experientially, I'd like you to take a couple of deep breaths, right? And then to slowly close your eyes after having looked at the person who is across from you, okay? All right? Get a feeling of the person across from you, and then slowly close your eyes. So I want you to imagine now that you have been invited by this person, this new person across from you, to his or her home. And it's the first time you're going to his home. And you're at the door, and you ring the bell. What is the door like? Does it have a glass? Is it colored? Well, the door opens, and your new acquaintance opens the door. How does he or she greet you? You enter the hallway. What is it like? What is the hallway like? Is it lit? Are there paintings on the walls? And then you're asked to go into the sitting room. What is it like there? How does it feel? What are the surroundings like? He wants to treat you something. What does he offer you? And it's early in the morning. And you've come over for breakfast. What will you have? He sits with you, and you talk, and you get even a better feeling of his space, of his place. What is it like for you? And then, slowly after breakfast, you're ready to leave. He takes you out again to the hallway and says good day. So slowly, when you've had a feeling for his place, you can open your eyes and share what you imagined with your partner about his place. And each time you share, the other person will reflect on what you said. Okay, so go ahead. And no writing now. No writing now. Just experience and share, okay? Share, go ahead.
share? Not yet. Okay, so please switch over, and each time you hear about your place, you should say your feeling, and what made an impression on you from the narrative from one person to the other. So switch over now to the other person slowly. Yeah? Can you, the next step is to share with each other, if you have not already done so, the common elements that arose between you in this experience. Can you share that for 2 minutes? The common elements in the experience, okay? What was similar in your experience? I kindly now ask you to again go inside of yourself, right? Just where you are, just where you are, go inside of yourself and check in and see, how do you feel now inside? How do you feel inside after having this conversation, after having this experience with the other? Just one feeling, yeah? Doesn't have to be super, just a feeling that you have. And also, did something make an impression on you? Did you learn something about you, about the other? And as soon as you've made that clear to yourself, you can open up your book and write your feeling and your thoughts. Just a few words. Don't leave your partner, with your partner. Stay with your partner because you've created a connection. We want to build on that connection, yeah? As you're writing, because don't write too many things, just basic things that you had inside of you. As you're writing, I want to explain to you why I asked you to form dyads you have probably, or you have read, or you will read Paul Václavic's work on the pragmatics of human communication, right? And Paul Václavic has said that you can count the channels of communication and complexity in a group by x squared minus x, which is the channels of communication. And x is the number of people that are communicating. So when you have a group of 37 people, as there are in this room right now, 37 to the square is what? I didn't do my math, let me see.
No.
No,
Please,
sorry, right. I thought something was wrong. 49. So in this room, in order for each one of you to have a connection with the other, there are 519 channels of communication. That is great complexity, okay? So in order for us to have a learning experience, in order for us to connect, in order for us to be able, did I do my math? Whoa! Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes.
49, 4. 21 and 4. 21 and 4 is 25, right? And 37 is 9. Minus 30. Okay. So this is, Nina knows even better. When my daughter, my second daughter, was going to study, she said, I don't want psychology. My husband is a child psychiatrist. He's a family therapist. He's the director of Anthropos. And so when she wanted to study, she said, I don't want to have anything to do with you. I'm going to be a mathematician. I almost went crazy. Math, what is it? I don't know, you know. And so she's become a mathematician. And now, she said, I'm going back to school. I'm going to do psychology and brain science. So she did her thing. She was a revolutionary, but then she's slowly doing something, using something with her upbringing. Anyway, yeah. So there's 1,332 channels of communication in here. Can we connect with 1,332 channels? It shows you a bit of what a school is like. How many children are in this school usually in a classroom? 30? Yeah, can they connect all at the same time? No. So what we do in order to have an alliance, in order to join, in order to feel safety cognitively and emotionally, we lower complexity, okay? And we start off with the basic unit of communication, which is 2 people, okay? That's why we do this. Now we are going to build on this alliance. And I'm going to ask you, along with your dyad, not to break it up, but to join with another dyad. Please try to again choose difference. Gregory Bateson, difference makes the difference. Difference is what brings in novelty. Difference is what brings in creativity. So choose another dyad, which again is different than you, and you don't know very well. And we are going to include now this colleague, who came a little bit later, and she will be able to come in. And I will help you join a group, okay? So please get together and sit in a circle, 4 people together. excuse me. Now the group has to make a decision, because this group here said they know each other. Do you know each other? Yeah? Is it possible for you to help the whole group by changing a dyad here with a dyad that someone they don't know, so we can, it's not their problem, it's everybody's issue? Is there a dyad that doesn't know these? Because these are all young people, this is the similar generation. Is there something that we can do here? So you can you change? Okay. Is there something that you can, okay.
But we'll make it work.
Okay, I'm sure you will. This is not so important as it was in the beginning, so that's okay. All right, can you come closer? Come closer. Now, would you please enter a group where you do not know very many people? Are you okay? Can you have her join in? All right. Good. Okay, what I'm going to ask you to do now is to tell each other on the basis of your experience in the dyad. Share your experience from the dyad. Go ahead. What was it like for you? What went on for you? Share it as a dyad. Remember you talked about the commonalities, the similarities.
Dyad to dyad.
Yes. Talk about the similarities and then you'll go on. Okay? Start about the similarities.
Thank you.
Okay, so can I have your attention? Can I have your attention? I'm going to give you a small piece of paper, and I'd like each group to write down as a small group feelings and a message that they want to share with the other members of this workshop. Okay? Simple things, 1 or 2 sentences, 1 or 2 feelings that you had, and up till now, a message. Okay? There is a question here, and maybe the question is your question as well, so we can hear it, yes?
Alright. So my question was, we write down the feelings of each other, or the general feeling of the group which we
Whatever
consent?
you want.
Whatever we want. Alright.
Something that, though you decide as a group, that you're going to do it that way, you're going to do it this way, however you want. Okay? Thank you. There you go.
Da sem dobil idejo, sorry, da bi lahko potem imamo
Moja prijetnost pride v bistvu zelo problem, mislim podobno. Težko bi razločil, če sem zlato besedo. Mislim, se človek zgodljiva toplina, ki se me začeto Kar se nadaljuje, pravzaprav s tiste vaje. Ja, pač tukaj ni se prekinil. Zaprimer, ne sem doživel prostor, ko je pač se ta letnik povezan z razajnim. Takrat sem doživel zaradi prijetnega kako mogoče obstaja.
Ampak da se mogoče motorno, da se res
Ne vem, če pač res na neko samo se to spoznam, ne si vse gotovine, tudi če in tekst, vse to, ki se zaupanje. Zdaj povečamo, da
Don't analyze it too much, okay? More spontaneously.
Nekoga, ko pač ne vem, tрошку
Let me tell you what the last step is, because I see most of you have finished. I have said it to some of the groups. I now want you, as the last step in this part of the workshop, to discuss something, an issue which is important, and that is the family, and more specifically the couple today in Slovenia. 3 dots. How do you view the family and the couple today, and how do you experience it from your place? All right? Go ahead.
3 dots.
The 3 dots are...
Experience, view, and feeling.
Yeah. Okay. How do you see the family today? How do you experience it? The family and the couple in Slovenia.
To smer, bolj to več smer. Kakšna je, takrat ko sem doživel tako kot še nekaj smisel, da kako se počutno te podobni svoje razljiva. Da to počutam in kako se zdaj, takrat sem ti nekdo, kako sem te počutil, stvareki, ki so, ne vem, jaz sem rekel, da je oseba za dalje, resničnosti, ki so čisto drugačne. Taj smisel. Da ne moramo najti skupnega sporočila. Oče, mama, dva otroka,
Se to najbrž ne snima skozi tudi. Ker to se mi zdi, da bi lahko malo preskočil.
Can we have 2 more Before we break, we're going to have a break, but before we do, so that you do not lose the feeling of your small little group, I want each group to decide on a nickname. Do you know what a nickname is? Yes? A nickname for your small group process, which is related definitely to what you were talking about with family. A nickname. Go ahead. And to write it on your piece of paper that I gave you. A metaphoric nickname. Yes? Okay, so we will now have the break, and we will return in 15 minutes to your groups, okay? And we'll use what you have done until lunch. Yes?
Like the sharks.
Exactly.
One small announcement, majhno opozorilo za kdor ima za plačati, Katarina, Možina, torej, če bo pobira denar. Hvala lepa.
Can you find some way to come closer without losing your groups somehow? Can you find a way of coming closer? Maybe back and forth, but not losing your groups?
We can go like them?
Sure.
Lines?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you come closer a little bit? I'm lonely. I get lonely up here. Come in front of each other. Albert is here. Oh, here he is. Okay. Okay, so in Greek, the break is dialema, which means that also that you break up. Right? So there's a danger in group process that when we have a break, we break up the process, right? So we're going to try and get into the feeling again of what went on before the break, right? So the way we're going to do that is we're going to ask each small group to share the first part of the experience, which was on the dyad, the house invitation, the feeling, the commonality, the similarities, what I felt, what did I understand? So can the groups share that part first? And in systemic group process, there is no beginning and no dictated second, third, fourth. It's the way the flow of the group will come up. So whichever group wants to start, and then whichever group wants to continue. Okay? So let's hear your feedback on the dyad and the connection on the house. Invitation. Which group would like to start first? Okay. And just tell me a little bit tell us where you're
where your group starts and where it finishes? From here?
Yeah, from here to here.
Okay, so you're 4 women.
Yeah,
Yes.
our name is Open Doors.
Okay.
For us, it was surprising how much you get to know about a person just from first impression.
Wow, yeah.
It was kind of scary because you don't want to give information about you sometimes, but then again, people can read you. We felt accepted from being a little nervous on the beginning and then feeling very calm.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really interesting.
Okay. Which group wants to continue?
We can go next.
Yes?
There
There
is
is
a
your
group
group.
of 5.
Yes?
Our name is Chocolate Connects. Because
Chocolate?
Connects. Yes.
Chocolate
Connects.
Connect.
Because Ivona, who came the last one of the group, she brought the chocolate. And
Okay.
it was really convenient because we all were really hungry. So.
Okay, and could you share with us what your experience was at the first part?
Yeah, in general, we all felt quite comfortable with each other, and it was, warm welcoming at the door for each of us.
We were all curious about each other
Curious. Okay.
and at the same time felt safe.
And safe. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Next group? And your name, this group here? Okay, great, yeah.
Our nickname is Undercover.
Undercover.
Yes. This name arises later in this exercise.
Yes.
But the first part was excitement on our connectedness. How is that possible? And anxiety at the same time. And our message, it was unconscious connectedness.
Okay.
Okay, the name of our group is Smell of Wisdom.
Okay, smell of wisdom.
That's right. We felt a lot of connection in our group and energy, joy, and acceptance.
Okay. And this is your group there?
That's right.
Okay.
5 of
You're
us.
5 of us.
Five,
You're
yes.
5. Yep. Okay. 5th group?
We are here,
Yeah.
4 of us.
4 of you there?
Our name comes out of discussion between traditional and this postmodern change, and
Yeah.
so the name is potica is a special Slovenian cake. It's a traditional cake, and we named us potica of hope.
Okay.
So we spoke about yes, acceptance and about safety around this experience, and message is how important is this first. We said intuition. That how much messages are behind them, and how this is an invitation to explore.
Exactly.
This is the.
Okay. And can we move on into our 6th group?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, our nickname was Kittens,
Kittens.
and it was derived of the quality of our imaginary contacts. And we all had in common, or most of these elements, like warmth, excitement, and coziness.
Warmth,
Excitement and coziness.
excitement.
So there was a mixture of being cozy and excited at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And we had, our message was united in our differences.
Okay.
Because then we somehow could see that these differences made this energy to happen, and there was something in common as well. So this mixture
Okay.
was interesting to us.
And you are from this
Here.
gentleman
Yeah.
here?
Before.
Here. Okay, great. Uh-huh. Okay. And the next group?
We are white horses here.
White horses.
White horses are part of our cultural heritage, and we also represent vitality, and I think we are vital at this age. And it seems like a miracle that all four of us are in a similar life situation. We're all in the process of settling down in a new home or housing, so we weren't really sure to which home to relate to. You know? So
Yeah, okay. Thank you. And the next group?
Well, our nickname is hedgehog. Hedgehog. It's a small animal which is quite related.
Did you say a hedgehog? Okay. Because I wrote hedgehog. Okay.
Okay. In general, we were all surprised with warm and excited, which we feel when we talk in each other. And our message is the knowledge that if you come into a relation with quite a big sense of trust, you can be quite surprised with the effort.
You can be surprised with?
With what kind of...
With what comes up, yeah. And our last voice, because as you see, these are voices, inner voices of this large group, right? Because we're talking about inner voices in this seminar. Our last voice, yes, and who are you? You are, okay, great.
We named ourselves In Between because when we seated together and we came to a conclusion that during our discussions and that there is less difference between us than we think there is.
Okay.
And that also there are glimpses of connectivity that go beyond our individual perception. These also emerged during
And there, could you say that again? There's connection?
There are glimpses of connectivity that go beyond our individual perception, which also aroused especially during the first experiential part, the first diet.
Okay, great, thank you. So if we were to try to put these into a flow, and just to reflect on it, right? What I heard from my part is that the voices in the group are saying, which was the first group here? This was here, yeah. You said, let's open doors. We open doors here, yeah? And that's the first impression. You get so much out of it. right? Which is a little bit unbelievable, and it's also scary when you first open up a door. Get scared, that's very human, yeah? And then slowly you get accepted and you get calmer. And when you do that, what happens? The other person who can come in even delayed into the relationship, yeah, can even offer you, can even is a source of feeding you, yeah, in your needs. Because we had the chocolate here, right? So when you open up doors and you slowly move from being frightened to being accepted, you can accept also the feeding of the other person in your needs. And that makes you comfortable and curious, and then you feel safe. But sometime in the process, you start to feel a little bit undercover. Which was that group? Yeah, undercover. But that's got to do more with the content of what we were talking about, yeah? When you get into the content of the relationship, you sometimes get in undercover. And still though, you're excited, you start on connect, and you get a little bit anxious. How is this possible, right? How is it possible to open doors and to feel a little bit scary, to move on into trust, to move on into anxiety and feeding the other and comfortable, but then there's also this anxiety going on. And you're very right, because you can't open doors to someone you don't know very well. I mean, there is anxiety, right? But there is some sort of unconscious connectedness between people. And that creates a connection, an energy, and joy. Which groups was that? Your group, yeah. What was interesting, the voice that came in here, is that look at how many things we know through our intuition. And this is very important for family therapy, for couples therapy, for our relationships. Why do we come together with people? Why did you connect with the other person? What happened? What made you choose the other person? There's so much information there on the intuitive level. All these brilliant things that has been done on the brain recently. And Vittorio Gallese and the mirror neurons. This was presented in Istanbul recently. He was there. What happens and we choose the other person? There's intuition that we don't know exactly what's happening yet, but we're learning. So when you open doors and you allow your intuition to lead you from a scary place into a more accepting place, then you can have an invitation to explore together. Yeah? And this creates a kitteny sort of atmosphere in a relationship where you feel warmth and excitement, and you can even be united in differences because there's a lot of energy that's happening. Yeah? And you can also utilize, who are the white horses here? Yeah? You can also utilize your cultural heritage, your past, and still be vital because you're all very young. I think you're the youngest group here. Yeah?
This is the issue from the beginning of our session, because I'm not the same age as the all three of them. So we already have jokes about that.
Okay, that's wonderful. Yeah. But you have a commonality, which is you're in the same life situation. So notice that. And I don't think it's just you, but it was just easier for you from your life stage to bring it in. That today, we don't really know which home to relate to. And is that tradition? Is that postmodernism? Is that this mixture? Is it transition? We're a little bit
confused at times, yeah? But there is still a vitalization, that we're searching for which home to identify with, yeah? Which home to relate to. And then, when you try to utilize your cultural heritage and keep vital, right, in trying to understand what to relate to, you can get surprised. Which was the group over here? With the knowledge? I think it was here? Yeah? That when you come into a relationship, although you don't know exactly where to relate to, if you allow yourself to go into the relationship with trust, then you can be surprised as to what will happen. And what happens is that there are less differences between us than we thought. There are glimpses. Which was that group, the in-between group? Okay, right. The in-between group, just with one man, yeah,
Yes.
and the other women, and that must have created a dynamic of glimpses of connectivity beyond individualism or individual selves. Right, so you did a lot of work on this exercise. Yeah. Could we now go on and see how these nicknames, how these metaphors are connected not only to what you did in here, not only to the way that you, because this was what we did in the morning, we tried to go from the individual and your feelings, your personal feelings, to a more cohesive, safer place as a group, right? And we used our intuition, we used our mirror neurons, we used our experiences, we used our fantasy, right? And now we all feel more connected. And on that basis of safety, we can discuss about the family, how we experience it, the couple. Can we hear now, on this basis, your input on the family in Slovenia and the couple? And as you will see, these are inner voices. Again, I'm going to put them up here. Can we start? This time the groups will present on the Slovenian family and couple today. Which group wants to begin? And it doesn't have to be the same group and the order of last time. Who will start? Okay, and you are the in-between. Okay. All right.
Three points. The first point is the zeitgeist in Slovenia. So we.
The what? Excuse me, I didn't hear.
Zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist, the spirit of the time. It's in the German word, Zeitgeist.
Spirit of the time.
Spirit of the time.
The current atmosphere in the Slovenia as a country, as a society, there is a lot of financial problems, crisis of values, ethics.
There's financial problems.
Yeah.
What else?
Ethical problems, and other which also manifest as a lack of time. And the consequences of this lack of time in the context of family and pairs are, if you have children, there is a lack of quality time with them and in raising them. When parents come home at 6 o'clock and or maybe even later, then only 2 hours with children, and lack of time with your partner. There is also a general, in our group there was also a general feeling that there is a lack of communication between the partners, and also the skills of communication are not generally so much developed, especially regarding the talking about emotions, feelings, and these more inner and fragile aspects of human being. And then the last point that was based on the current situation and atmosphere, it was actually from the standpoint of a young couple, and the migration of young Slovenian couples into foreign countries, which because of the search for better, how to say,
life,
or just an opportunity to provide for your own life, which highlighted this intercultural interaction that affects the couple and their life when they are in the foreign country, how their culture manifests there in between them and also on the outside, on the outer society or outer foreign culture,
right,
in which they are. So that's from our group.
Okay, thank you. That's very important. Yeah. And it's very understandable your nickname, the in between, eh? It seems, and this is the way this group has started out, that Slovenian families and couples are in between from the problems, in between the way it was before. We had more time together. Today we have a lack of quality time. It seems as if one person is not there for the other one when he's needed or she's needed, and there's a lack of communication. And then it's in between also interculturally. Great, okay. Another?
Yes, hedgehogs.
The hedgehogs.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to ask you a little bit about your metaphor.
Yeah, of course. It's like it symbolizes maybe this gentle little animal that has to kind of survive in the conditions that we think maybe general to Slovenian families. In a way, our families, Slovenian families, we see them as kind of being very strict, having a very strict division of roles and maybe a very strict outlook on how the children are supposed to like turn out and stuff, and so the parents can become like this big authority figure, and there's lots of times it happens that they try to mold their children onto themselves, we think, and so yeah, maybe not letting the children becoming what they truly are, or being free in this sense. And so I mean, as a child in this Slovenian families, we see it. You have to develop this kind of like spikes around yourself, so you can survive. That was our metaphor or symbol.
Is the hedgehog the porcupine where you?
Yeah,
spikes,
kind of like that. It's just like a bit
spikes.
smaller. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that makes sense. Right. And the next group?
Yeah, maybe we. Smell of wisdom. So we were talking about that families in Slovenia.
Just a minute. Okay, go on.
That families are still very traditional, a lot of them, and that it's really common that they want to look good on the outside, like in front of neighbors or friends, and even though they have problems, they want to stay together for whatever is the price, and that there's often a lot of violence or
alcohol problems or something. Whereas younger couples, it changes a lot, that the role of the women is getting more and more clear, and men are more losing their role, different than traditional families used to be.
So you're making a differentiation with younger couples.
Yeah. And also that a lot of young people feel a lot of pressure to be in a couple or in a relationship.
And you said something about women defining their role better and men having problems.
Yeah, like losing their role. Traditionally, they were more the front figure, or I don't know, of the family, and now it's changing.
Right. And then you went on to say what? That the man was losing the role?
I think this was it. Can you add
Okay. Great. Thank you. And then let's go on to our fourth group. Are you listening to the other groups? Do you hear things that you also can relate to? Yes? Okay, that's very important, because although this is not your group, you can also identify with that. Those are your inner voices as well, because the family and the couple is a very complex system. And by putting these together in a flow, we can have a better understanding of it. Yeah? So, let's go on.
I can present on the outlook of kittens.
The
kittens on family and partners.
Here you will also help us a little bit in understanding your metaphor.
Oh, of course. The kitten, well, it came out of, as a result, while reflecting on our experiences, our experiencing of our dyadic and a little bit larger group, which were warmth, excitement, and coziness.
Okay.
So, okay, maybe I can also say there was another idea next to kittens was also the fireplace.
Okay.
With the same kind of feeling to it. Okay, perhaps we found ourselves in a kind of while we were discussing and talking, reflecting on our the view on Slovenian family and partners, that we found ourselves having different life experiences ourselves, and so as we realized this, we came across that while we were talking about this, we're a little bit talking about how we see in general in Slovenia how it is, but also we can't negate the subjective experiences that we ourselves have and had. But basically, where we came together was seeing, let's say, the problematic way of the Slovenian family of being sort of a theatrical family. As the previous group already mentioned in a way, that this image of the ideal family is important. The parents, statistically, 2 children, cat, dog, house. The idea of the perfect family, which is very important, and maybe could be understood as a kind of the fact that this is a strong ideal. That in Slovenia, there's a tendency in the population to stay with this ideal, as I think we can understand it as a way of being in this kind of confusion of traditional systems of the family and new ones which are emerging, but we don't know really how to handle them.
Okay.
So in a way, it's how do, and this is also connected to the second thing that we mentioned, and that is kind of let's say a problematic way of an appropriate individualization of individuals within the couple and within the family.
Say that again, appropriate?
Appropriate, or let's say, perhaps a better term would be natural, if we can use that. An individualization of individuals as someone, as relational beings in a family and in the couple. So how to individualize yourself, but still do that as a part of in a way, a group or a dyad.
Okay.
So that was maybe if some of my members of our group would like to have some additional.
Well, our group can relate to what kittens were saying. We talked about this individualism also.
And your group
open
name?
doors.
Okay.
That the problem in this culture is that with this new culture there are no more structures or rules like there were in the previous culture. So if a family wants to work, they have to talk about it. But the problem is that we don't know how to communicate our feelings. Nobody taught us that. Because in previous culture there were rules settled. Everybody knew what he or she has to do, but in this culture right now there are no more rules, but we don't know how to communicate and talk about these new rules in a family or in a peer.
Okay. Wow, yeah.
So,
let's go on. Next group.
do you want?
Whoever feels more related to this can speak.
Yes, our group, white horses.
White horses.
Yes.
Okay.
There is a breed, horse breed in Slovenia.
There's a what?
Horse breed.
A horse breed.
In Slovenia, it is called Lipicanec. Lipicanec.
Lipicanec.
Yes. So the name came from this white horse breed. Slovenian.
And what kind of a breed is that? Why would you, for some reason you chose that?
Yes, I will explain.
Okay, good.
We started our discussion about the divorces that are more common in this time. So we were talking about then we talked about the traditional families, that couples stay together and families live together for a long period. And when we were talking then about this time now, we were discussing the individualism and idealism in ourselves.
Individualism and what was the second one?
Idealism.
Idealism, yeah.
Idealism, yes. Idealism in a manner of that nothing is good enough. It's like you go to the store, you buy something and it's not worth or good enough, you take it back and choose something else. So we were talking about that something familiar is happening to the couples maybe sometimes. You don't, you think that when something is not working that you can just drop it and find another relationship. And regarding the traditional family, we were talking about how we all forget or we are lost about that you have to fight for a good relationship and you have to stick with it and find different ways to go beyond some crisis that comes into the couple. So the same thing is about the individualism. Many things are focused on what are my needs, what do I need in the relationship or in a family. So yeah, the white horses, we said it was in our conscience that we thought that yeah, maybe these white horses bring us something about the strength and the endurance, strength,
resilience,
endurance, to stick with it, to try to make it work, to have the energy, the effort to put in a relationship.
Okay. Good.
Wow, you've
Yeah,
really done
so-
a lot in here. My goodness. Amazing. Every group is so rich. This is a fantastic. Your quality is amazing. And I've traveled all over Europe and the States and Canada, and it's really amazing.
Yes,
That was
we-
just a parenthesis. Go ahead.
The groups before opened the same topic. We discussed also the where we are between break of traditional.
Can you just tell me your name?
Yes, the cake of hope, but the Slovenian traditional.
The cake, the
yeah,
traditional cake. Yeah.
yeah,
What is it again?
potica.
Spell it for me.
Potica.
Botica.
Potica.
Botica.
Oh, you have to.
I have to eat it before I go.
It's the cake of hope. Yes, and we discussed how we see families and yes couples today as somehow hopeless, lonely, with lost all what you mentioned before, with ideas and without idea to. So on one part, we destroyed the traditional patterns and structure that gives some secure base and enables functioning. And now we are in a period and with beliefs that we can develop our own patterns, our own structure, but there is something not functioning, and therefore we see people are lost and they cannot relate to some safe, proved ways of living. And we see that people are also without skills of how to share what is important, what you also mentioned, emotions and yes, but behind all this we see that there is hope. And yes, one topic we discuss also is how we see people as we don't have this attitude to seek for help. So we will do everything on our own, and to go to asking for help is something that tells that you are weak, that you are not, something is wrong with you, and there is also the how we see the function of psychotherapy in this context. So behind we all see that there is like a scream for changing, like a signal that everybody is searching for some change.
Okay, and that's where the hope comes in,
Yeah.
right? That if you are looking for the change, right? Because since you know that this is not working, right? And you search for change, is that where, that's where the hope comes in, is that right?
Yeah. So this is the
Okay, and our other group, our other voice, yeah,
I do.
undercover.
We actually played with undercover, uncover. It's very close. And it came out of this, we spoke about this pressure to be perfect in the perfect family, the perfect relationship, everything, and we tend to wear these masks all the time and not be really ourselves and don't want to uncover pred pražnik
what's the word?
Dormant.
Dormant. We have this saying here in Slovenia that we keep things under dormant.
Okay.
Just hush, hush, don't say, and it's better to be with somebody in a bad relationship or than to be alone. And the family is is good no matter if it's bad or something. So actually our name came from this. Actually everything was already said, but we spoke except one thing. We talked about, there is this term Slovenian mother.
There's this what?
The term, expression, the Slovenian mother.
Yeah.
Actually this maybe similar to Italian mother or something.
Or to Greek mothers.
Yeah. This symbiotic relationship actually with children, we want them to grow up, but not really. So kind of these mothers keep them in this relationship for, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, in general, we spoke about families that are without the contact and
without
contact, real contact, really
a connection.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really performing a function more than a real connectedness and sincere contact. Yeah.
Okay,
that was kind of it.
Wonderful. And our last voice?
Yes.
Okay, just 1 second.
Chocolate connects.
Uncover. That's what I understood. You played with that. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And what was your name?
Chocolate connects.
Okay. Isn't that interesting? The different ways you presented this time, eh?
Mm-hmm.
In a different order. Chocolate connects. Okay.
Well, our group can also relate to the previous topic that we had about couples. We discussed especially about young couples, that each person in a relationship is more individualistic, like we said, and we don't put enough of effort to establish common goals. And every time we want to change the other person, but we don't want to change ourselves.
Yeah.
And we also use that metaphor, like they said before.
And you said just a little bit slowly, because you're saying very important things, and I want to understand. You said that. What did you start afterwards? You said it's individualistic, no effort to connect, and then.
We used metaphor, like they said before, that
you want to change the other person.
And then we don't want to fix things, but we just want to change. I mean, we throw them away.
To buy a new one.
Yeah, to buy a new one.
And we also said that couples are not ready to accept responsibility in a way that when they face problems, they just leave and they have friends who said there are a lot of fishes in the sea. You know, because if you're in a conflict and if you're ready to fight, that means that you're trying, that you're not leaving. So that would be
And so for the end, if you allow me to give you a Croatian aspect, because not Slovenian but Croatian, but I think it's important what's happening in Croatia right now. Families and partner relations are the most important topic right now in Croatia. We had 2 referendums till now. One was, when I was thinking how to present this, I was thinking...
No, I'm sorry. Is this something that you did in your group?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
Can you present it as part of the group?
Okay, so...
because it's important.
The group
you
process.
are the one that fed.
Yes.
Right? And it's very important for this to be part of the group and not to be... Because we're talking now here about individualism and connection, and it would be really important for you to keep connected. Okay, could you do that?
I was
trying to share my experience of
Okay.
what's happening in my context right
Yes.
now about families. And the referendum issue is what is family? So trying to put in our constitution that families are just between men and women. So
Okay.
marriage is only between men and women. So I wanted just to mention the forms of families that we have and
Yeah.
what is accepted and what is not accepted as a family or as a valued relation in society.
And since you talked after your colleague who said that couples today are basically do not go into their responsibility and friends support it, there are a number of fish in the sea. On the other hand, you have a contradiction with the state saying, no, that is what has to happen. That's how I understand this coming into the group now. And you're very right, because we've got friends on one hand who say, go for the postmodern, there's many fish in the sea, and the state that says, man, woman, that
Well,
is
it's
a
not-
family, okay?
It's not really the state, but the society is very divided.
The society
yes.
is divided.
Yes,
Okay,
because
great.
this economical insecurity raises radicalism, I think. So
Society is divided.
yes.
Oh, great, thank you. That's wonderful. Wow. Yeah. I'm going to try and make an effort here because I think you really did a wonderful job. But I want to see my papers just a second. Here. So we started off by in between, right? And I think you can all feel the way that all of the groups have described what we call transition, right? And we'll be seeing a family this afternoon, and we will work with that family, and I will try to show you how we deal with exactly what you brought up with the Slovenian family and couple. We're in between. The family today is in between, and the social system, the financial problems have created ethical problems, and these are manifested. The first group said that there doesn't seem to be a person there for you when you need him, whether it be a child with his parents, right, or whether it be partners. And that causes a feeling of unsafety when he's not there or she's not there for you. And that's come about because the society is changing. Everybody's saying, go, 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 do this. You have to survive financially, and it's very difficult to be there for the other person. Also, we need to express things that we didn't express before. We need to be able to go into our fragility, okay, as persons, as individuals. What happens to us when we lose connection? We get fearful, but we don't know how to express that. We don't have the skills yet. And this creates difference. This creates a difficulty in really being there for the other person. And there is also another factor. You talked about migration, where the culture outside is different than what you live inside, right? And that's very important. But at the same time, you can also live a different intercultural experience within the family, within the couple at the same time. That's what I understood from you, right? That there is such a difference here, and you don't know what to do with it. Whereas, because you said the fragility of the human being, and here they said, yes, it's like a little porcupine, it's like a hedgehog who's very gentle, right? Your fragility is gentle. You know, the porcupine on his stomach has no spikes, yes? But he doesn't show his stomach very easily. He's always like this, right? And he's we're gentle, but we need to survive in this very difficult world, in this in-between world. We need to survive. And unfortunately, what we see is happening is that in this, although we're fragile and though we're gentle, many times we go back to patterns of parents really becoming authority figures, right? Because we don't know how to express our gentleness or our fragility. We become authoritative and we try to mold others into the way we need them to be. Yeah? And in this way, that's why we form spikes. We form spikes because we feel the other person is trying to make me, and that's not just with parents, we'll see that happens with couples, right? That when I go to show my fragility, I don't know how to do that, and I don't have that knowledge, I don't have that skill, so what do? I put up my spikes, yeah? Because the other person is trying to make me into something that he wants. He wants to mold me, right? So I put up my spikes. And what we see is that traditional families, on the outside, although there's spikes on the inside, they don't show that. Who said that? The smell of wisdom? Yeah? We don't show the inside, right? Because what we do is we stay together. When you try to stay together and don't show your vulnerability and don't show what's inside of you, what happens is that you become a traditional family just because that's what you think is wisdom. You stay together just to stay together, and then you create problems like violence and alcohol, right? What's happening though is some younger couples, and that's very fortunate in your country, it seems that the women are trying to define their role, but men are losing their roles, and there becomes conflict, right? But if you just stay in the family to stay in the family, you get conflict, and you get violence, and you get drug abuse, or you get alcohol. Whereas, what do we need to do? They talked about being kittens. What do they need to do? And we'll see how we're going to do that. You have to go back and reflect on positive experiences, because it's not all to be thrown away, this tradition. You need to go back. They talked about being warmth. You have different exciting experiences. You need to go back to the warmth and the coziness of the fireplace. Yeah? So you have to take something from that. You can't throw it all away. And if you do, if you don't use your personal good warm experiences, then you may become a theatrical family. You may stay on the conflict, on the confusion in the traditional system, and we don't know how to handle it. So what's happening, what I think is you're expressing, is how do we combine individualism with belonging, with connection? We don't know how to do that, because connection today means I have to show my vulnerability. I have to show my little stomach like a hedgehog, like a porcupine. I have to go away from my spikes, yeah? But I cannot be in this relationship just because tradition says I should stay there, yeah? I have to find a synthesis. They talked about appropriate individualization of individuals, right? But at the same time to be part of a group. And then the appropriate, did you see what they changed it into? They called it natural, and it is natural because the human being is a mammal. The human being cannot survive on its own. You will see tomorrow this concept of attachment and how it is from the cradle to the grave, right? So individualism is not a natural human phenomenon. I'm sorry. This is a foreign value to us. This has come up out of Western society, and it is not a functional value, individualism. If it is not combined with belonging and being part of the group. And you brought that up, and that's very wise. That is the wisdom. being autonomous. We don't say individualism, we talk about autonomy, right? We talk about functional autonomy, and this other beautiful traditional concept of interdependence, right? So when you talk about the natural individualization of individuals, and at the same time being part of a group, of a dyad, we talk about autonomy, the dialectic between autonomy and interdependence, and we will see that. So, and in this way, it's understandable that if you go only to the individualization, you will open up doors and you don't have any more rules, but you don't know what to do. Because you cannot just open doors to all these foreign ideas without keeping some of the very important basic values that you have, which is what you talked about, belongingness, connectedness. This is not natural to open up doors only to individualization, right? And then when you get away with rules, you don't know what to do for a while, right? Because you don't have the skills. But what you can do, which was interesting, this white horses, right? You can go back to your tradition, to your breed. They talked about a breed, which is in Slovenia. And they used that idea, that metaphor of a breed, which was brilliant. Yeah? If you utilize your resources, your strengths as a culture, then you can be autonomous, and then at the same time, to get the strength to be enduring and to stick it out, to see what does this connecting business do? How can I do this connecting business today in postmodern times? Not like tradition, but not like individualization. I can stick it out, I can use my breed in order to find the energy to make it work. And I can also gather my hope from tradition, because they brought in the cake, right? And where does the hope come from? That I can open up these doors and have a call for helping each other, for help, because in tradition we didn't help, we didn't say we needed help, yeah? And although there is hopelessness and loneliness and the traditions have been destroyed, and we don't know how to replace these with new ones, there is a hope in that we realize this. All of this group realized this. And that's where the hope is, right? That this is our task as individuals, as partners, as therapists, when you go out into the therapist world, of trying to combine, to synthesize individualization with connection. That is a wisdom. Yeah? And in that way, you can go from undercover, from hiding, to uncovering. Yeah? And rather than just connecting, or rather than just performing functions, then you can go into connection through something that is warm, that this group brought in. But what was interesting also is that you can also see that it is difficult, both with the extended friends. Friends don't understand this many times. They have a voice of telling you, go away, or leave the relationship. And then you also have a society that is divided. Stay, go. Stay, be an individual, go out, there's many other men, many other women. No. The other parts of society say, stay, man, wife, 2 children, that's the way it has to be. And that's why we go back, and we're in between. So it's a cycle. Right? It's a cycle. Right. Are there any feelings, any comments before we close for the day, for the morning? I see that all of you have gone into yourselves. Yeah, because you've done a lot of work here. Yeah. One thing that I can really, really share with you is that this cycle is very, very natural and human, and it's something that all of the countries are countries that are coming out of traditional ways of doing things, of knowing what is right, what is wrong, what is my role, what is your role, what is my value, what is not my value, and going into choice and becoming myself, what I want to become, and also to connect in the way that is good for me. All of our cultures are going through that cycle. It's not just here. I find that this is very, very, each culture has idiosyncrasies, but the basics are there. How can I develop skills of being myself, of autonomy and connectedness, interdependence? And it's really so good that our generation and your generation, your younger generation, have realized that individualism is unhealthy. It's bad for your health. You know? Autonomy and interdependence, yes, but individualism makes bad societies. That's why we're in what we are right now. Yeah. Is there someone that would like to share a feeling before we break, or a comment?
Maybe I feel that we are describing a society, that this was very, from one point of view, very sociological, what we thought. And I was just thinking the difference, how the media, for example, with everyday news, what picture this media is building about the society, and what is for me the real picture of the society, and how we are really manipulated, and I'm just starting to think in some revolutionary, how to change, how to bring to the everyday new some topic of what we can do, what can bring some hope, not how to repress us that nothing is possible, and that all this. That's my sorry.
And I think it's so important in order for us today to work with a couple, or to work with a family, or to work with an individual, to have the broader systemic view of what is going on in the society, right? Or else we may say that that couple is pathological, that man is pathological, but he has all this society around him. And when you realize that, you want to change society, right? Yeah. And that's the beautiful thing with systems. You make a change on the individual level, on the couple level, and in some way you hope that that's going to affect the society at large. Yeah, that's really so important, isn't it?
I'd like to just make a comment on before, when you said that individualism that is unhealthy, not to go specifically into this point, but just into the point of something being unhealthy. I think it's very important when you talk about cycles. We're now, now if we're talking about society or family or anything in general, there are always cycles. I would say that some are revolutionary cycles, some are adaptation. Cycles meant to adaptation, the most adequate adaptation to the which comes after a revolutionary cycle. So I think it's good that we're reserved in making judgments with regards to something being unhealthy in general, because it's very important to realize the thing in its context. for instance, something in some kind of a revolutionary cycle, in some kind of a transition, can in fact be healthy for that cycle, whereas in a different cycle, it's unhealthy. So, like you said right now, the broad.
No, that's very
context
true. You're
of
very right.
everything.
I could go back rather than taking it on a societal level, but I can take it back to what you said, and I hope we will see that with the family. We will work together. Many times at a point in time in a family, because you probably know the life cycles of the family, yeah. When you become an adolescent, and especially during adolescence, you do have to form yourself. So becoming an individual is very functional at that stage, yeah, at that stage, right? So, but you have to be careful, because there's a lot of societal pressure of postmodernism, of mass media, coming and telling an adolescent that you do your thing, you have to be yourself, you don't need them, you don't, that is the type of individualism that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about becoming autonomous. Yes, you do have to make your boundaries, you have to know who you are, you have to get away from that symbiotic relationship that this group was talking about, yes, and we'll see if it's symbiotic, I hope, this afternoon. But not in the sense of disconnecting. That's what we have to really be careful about. Yeah, you become autonomous, and at the same time, it's like a tree. I mean, the deeper the roots go, the higher the new branches can go. The minute you cut your roots and your connection to the other branches, you're gone, right? But you do have to form your own branches. You need to grow up. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But thank you for that, because it's very important to keep the concept of time and space and process of when and how. Okay, there's a sigh. I think you're a bit tired, and it's time to break. Is that right? Yes. Break for lunch. What time do we come back in? Oh, we're right on time. 2 o'clock. Okay. Let me just give you a flavor. We had an opportunity to talk a little bit at lunch, and I'm sure you did too. Yeah. And for me, it was really very important to come back and to differentiate a concept, and that is that we're talking about functional connection. Okay? That's what we're going to be talking about, functional connection. Many times connection can be destructive, exploiting. Exploit. That you can exploit the other, and we're not talking about that. Correct that. Can you give me an idea of where you went? A word? So for me, the word during lunch is functional connection, not exploitation. What are some words that come to your mind after lunch?
Supportive.
Supportive? Supportive. Okay, good.
Collaborating.
Collaborating. Did you say that? Yes? Collaborating. Love. We'll see that. That's one of the most used.
I misunderstood you.
Why? Why? Is he,
Miraculous.
yeah, what did you say? You should have said that. Love is the most important word. And it's the most used word
of all. Do you know that? All over the world?
Yeah, most
Right.
misused as well.
And most misused, exactly.
I hope it wasn't right now misused.
It wasn't misused, no.
Or
Right.
Mira,
Because functional.
was it too much for you maybe?
What did you say? You have to translate.
It's very difficult.
What did you say? Anna. What does that mean?
What was she gave me back what I was giving?
Do you know that in Greek we say Anna? One word.
Yeah.
So Anna. All right. So, love and calmness. Okay. Something else?
Empathy.
Empathy. Yeah. Honesty.
Peace and equilibrium.
Peace. And equilibrium. Is there something else? Is there a voice that you feel you have that hasn't been voiced with these words yet?
Exploration.
And exploration.
Agreement.
Agreement. Okay.
Secure.
Secure. Right. Wow.
Trust.
And trust.
And believe.
Respect.
And respect. Yeah. Right. Those are so connected. Those are really relevant to functional connection and what we're trying to explore here in the seminar. Okay. So, I'd like us now this afternoon to play a family. All right? I'm sure that you have done this before. Yeah? But I think we're going to do it in a little bit of a different way than you're accustomed to doing it. Because as I told you, our approach at Anthropos is very much based on multiple voices, on multi-voices. We saw the multi-voices in the family, in the group. We saw how these reflect the multi-voices that we have inside us regarding family and couple, and also the way the couple and the family are perceived in these things today, multi-voices. Now, we're going to play the multi-voices of a family. So, how are we going to do that? I'm going to give you a family. Can you tell me some Slovenian names for this man here? Very common.
Janis.
Yanis is the most common Greek name, too. Yes, Yanis. Is that how you spell it? How do you spell it? Okay, that's good.
How do you spell it?
I will put mine here. Okay? And do you have a Maria?
Yes.
Maria. How do you write Maria?
The same, but we don't.
The same. It's the same. Okay. Oh, you put Maria. And this is a ya. Is that right? Yeah. Yota. And what about the children now?
Miran.
Another one.
Franzi.
What?
Franzi.
Franci. Can you come in? Come in. Come in for you. Franci. Fran. And two girls' names?
Andrea.
Andrea. Okay.
Ah, yeah.
And Moitza? Okay, Moitza. All right. So, we are going to play these members of the family, and we are also going to play the inner voices of the city, the inner voices of the country, the village, because we're talking about culture in transition, remember? And we are also going to play the therapist. How do you say therapist?
Therapeut.
Therapeut. All right? Now, everyone will go into a role. There are no observers. You know about second order cybernetics? Even the therapist is not an observer. He's part of the system, right? So, each of you will go into a role. Think about which role you want to go into. How are we going to make this situation? Right? This man is 41 years old. He's an architect. He works. This woman is a 39-year-old architect. She doesn't work. And these are their children. All right? Now.
She's also an architect.
Yes. So, I want you now to all get up. Take away your writing. You're not going to write now, because we're gonna do this experientially. Now, if this is the family, this is the area, the space of the family, okay? And so one of you will get up and say, well, you know, I want to play the mother. And another person will get up and say, I want to play the father. And another person will say, the other children. And then we'll form the city, the village, and the therapist. Can someone go forward and say that they want to play members of the family first, please? And then I'll tell the others what to do. Whoever. Who do you want to play?
Moitza.
Moitza, the little girl. Okay.
Play Andrea.
Andrea, okay. Moitza? You want to play Moitza? So you are the inner voices of Moitza. You are one person, all right? So you are together. Okay, the other members of the family?
I'm Franzi.
Franzi. Okay, where are you going to stay, Franzi? Here? Okay. Another one? Another member of the family?
Can I be Andrea as well?
Yes, go ahead. Inner voices of Andrea. No observers.
Vsi se boste morali tako vključiti čim prej.
Janis.
Yanis. Okay, there's Yanis. What about Maria? No one wants to be Maria.
I will be Maria.
Maria. Okay, all right. So now we have the three children. You are Moitza, you are Andrea, you are Franzi, and you are the mother and the father. So now please, the other members will come around them, and there will be 5 members in each row, 5 inner voices in each row. Please come forward. please, the people that really want to play the role, stay together and form a circle around themselves. 5 inner voices. You got to decide who wants to It's up to you guys to decide. Are you fine? Okay. 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 You are? Maria? Okay, get together. And you? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. You don't have a role. Okay. All right. You form your circle. You are Andrea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5. Only 5. No, no. Please listen to me. Only 5 in each role. 5 inner voices because it will be too complex. All right? Okay? Now the other people, the other members who do not have a role will form city, village, and voices of the therapist. Everyone will go into a role.
Where's the village?
The village is here.
The village is there, the city is here. Okay? And the Okay? Now wait. Wait. Are you the village?
Yes.
Okay. Are you're Maria? You are? Well, you have one more voice. Oh no, there it is. Right there. It was, you were there. Okay. So now, what you do is you remember where you are standing. Right? And you go and take your chair, and you take your chair where you're standing and sit down. Can you make a circle, please? Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Thank you. Can you make a circle? Come together. Okay, so if you can please put your books away now. Can you put your books away under your seat? Can you put your books and your writing materials away? Yeah. No, you don't need them now. You are the father. You are not a student right now. Okay, so before we begin, I want to tell you how important it is for you to now go into the skin of the role that you have taken on, okay? From now on, you will sit like that role, you will act like that role, you will think like that role, you will talk from that role. For example, you will from now on be talking in the I position. I as, let's say the roles again. I as Moitza. These are the different selves, the different parts of Moitza. These are the different selves of Franzi. These are the different selves of the father, Yanis. The different selves of the different roles in the village. And here? Wow, okay. And these are the different voices of Maria. So, and here are the different voices of Andrea, and these are the different voices of the therapist, and the different voices of the city. And I kindly ask that one more person from the village
comes into the therapist role. I know it's not an easy role and nobody wants to go into it, but we need more voices in here. From the city, you are 6. From the village. Can you please come in to, that seat is waiting for you. What, please? Is it possible? You're not going to be speaking, you're going to be working as a small group, so you don't have to worry to make correct or incorrect mistakes. Can you do that, do you think? Someone? Okay. Thank you very much, that's very helpful. Can you take that chair off, please? Okay, so now I'm going to tell you what happened in your family, okay? I'm going to read you an incident of your family, and as you remember, you are acting, you are in the skin of the role. Now, the father, Yanis, is an architect. He has his own architectural office. He's very, very, very successful. And he already has 2 other architects working at his office who were fellow students of his at the university. I'm taking a bit of time because I'm translating. These are real incidences of my clients in Greece, but it's written in Greek, so I'm translating for you. Yanis now is taking a lot of big jobs on, and his success has started to show. And let's say he's in Slovenia, and his success and his work is starting to show in Ljubljana. Yanis was a very, very excellent student, and he met Maria at the Polytechnic school at the university. Maria went into architecture 2 years after Yanis. They found themselves being connected and attracted to each other because they both had big dreams. They wanted to make Ljubljana even more beautiful. They connected even when they were students, and they got married when Yanis finished university. Do you have obligatory army service here? No. Okay, not anymore. So after university they got married. Maria at that time was just finishing herself. So they started this architectural office together. But soon Maria became pregnant with Francis. And they talked about it a lot. And Yanis' position was that you're very young, Maria, and you can still stay a few years at home so that the baby can get older, so that it can start being a little bit more easy for you to come back to the work. You still have time to form a career. But as soon as Francis became a little older, in came Andrea. And as soon as the house and the family were beginning to be more stable with the 2 children, so that Maria could go back to work at the office and start her professional role, Mojca came in. And then 3 children, house, family, everything. In the meantime, Yanis had become very involved in his work. And the more he would develop his work, the more he was really, really overwhelmed and drunk with success. And he would have to stay many more hours in his job. And Maria was quite anxious about the development of the family. She began to get angry with architecture. She didn't like it, she hated architecture. But she wouldn't speak, she didn't speak up. What could she say? The family had 3 children. They had needs. They needed money. Just the schools and the tutoring classes for the children were especially difficult financially. So she didn't have a complaint. She wasn't complaining. She could use the money for as what she needed for the family. So she was very patient. But a few times, what she would do is she would talk to the children about their father's absence from the family. And she did that quite often lately. Today, it's Saturday evening, and Yanis has come home from work quite late, working on Saturday, because he has to give something in on Monday, some plans that he's been working on Monday. And what he is now going to do is he wants to go into his desk at home to further his work on the planning, on the plans, and also maybe work on Sunday, so that he can give it in on Monday, hand it in. When he goes into his desk, into his room, he finds that the dossier of this client has been damaged. And he becomes extremely angry. And he notices that the writing on the dossier are Francis' writing. Because it seems as if he was writing and taking notes on it. Probably because he was on the telephone and he was making all these little doodles and little drawings on the dossier. And inside as well. So, the father shouts at Maria. Maria, come here! Maria is frozen from the tone of his voice. She goes. Yanni says, come and see. What is this? I'm going to kill him. Maria looks at the dossier and she gets even more frozen. She looks at him very silent. In a little while, she tries to very calmly say to him, he's just a child, Yanis. The father gets even more angrier. And with the dossier in his hand, he goes to Francis's room, and Francis is watching his internet. And he opens the door, and the father says, Yanni says, Francis! And Francis looks at him and says, what's the matter, Dad? Why did you come in like that? Shouldn't you knock? And the father gets even more angry. For a month, you're not going to get out of this house just to go to school. You're not going to go to basketball. You're not going to go outside with your friends. And he goes on and he goes on and he goes on. Maria, in the meantime, has come close to her husband, and she says, oh, come on, Yanni. Ask him to explain to you. He was telephoning from your office, and he must have gotten a little bit disoriented. He was just writing on anything that he found in front of him. Just writing, says the father. So, you're not even going to do this, and you're not going to do that, and you're not going to do that. And he continues. Okay? But Francie is just playing it very cool. So that's the incident of your family. And what I want you to do now is from the I position to have an inner dialogue, okay, with yourself. And what does that mean? You talk about your feelings of this incident and how you see your family from yourself, from all of your voices, okay? And the village, this is the city. The village and the city know about this incident. And what would they like to say to the members of the family and to who? What would the village like to advise the members of this family and to who would you like to speak? And the therapist, if this family has come to you with this incident, what do you see? What is happening in this family? What are your feelings? And what would you advise them? Okay? Go ahead. You speak in the family from the I position, and from the village, and the city, and the therapist. I feel, I think, I. Go ahead. We are going to continue in these roles now. You don't get out of the role yet. We're going to work on this by how? By each role will share their diary, and the other roles will need to express their emotion, their feeling, after listening to the inner dialogue of the other member of the family. Okay? And then in the end we will have the village, the city, and then the therapist. Who from the family would like to begin to read their diary?
I'm pissed off.
You want to start?
I'm pissed off.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm so fucking angry.
Remain in your roles now and listen to Francie from that role, if we can, yeah?
I'm so fucking angry. My family is a total disaster. The worst in the world. My dad can't do shit. He never knows what's happening. He doesn't know me. Can't wait to get out of this house. Everything's always my fault. My fault, my fault, my fault. My little sisters are such a pain in the ass. And my mom, she's such a tool. She's always unhappy, keeps being a pain in the ass because of it. She should get a life. And I fuck her. God knows that probably has a shitload of them. Why should I even bother with school? They were so successful. And now look at them. So happy. I just can't stop being sad and angry. Thank God for Eminem. At least someone who knows how to feel. Actually, I really miss my dad's presence. Well, that's the punchline.
Thank you. Could we hear the father?
So a response to our son, or just
what
we wrote,
No. How do you feel listening to your son?
You ungrateful, little spoiled bastard.
Yeah, I'm asking you, Father, how you feel.
I feel so angry. All I do, everything I do for them.
Okay.
So they will have clothes to put on their back, so they will have food, so they can be happy and do whatever they want and go to which school they want to go, and they are so ungrateful. I feel unappreciated.
Okay, right. And the other voices,
Probably I really don't have enough time for my son.
Can we listen? Yeah. I don't have enough time.
Probably, yeah. I don't have enough time for my son.
And how does that make you feel after listening to him?
I'm sorry because I'm not much at home.
Wow, yeah. And you are the voice that are closest to him. Look at how close you are. Yeah? And yet you say, oh, I'm sad, I don't have time enough with my son. I'm angry, he's ungrateful, but I'm also sad that I don't have enough time with him. Yeah? And the other voices? Can you come in here? No, not you. Can you come in here? No? Can you go out of the inner voices? Yeah. Can you, how was that for you?
I just won't put up with this anymore.
Yeah.
This is really, really over the limit.
Yeah. How does that make you feel, listening to him? His diary? Angry.
Offended.
And you are offended.
Offended.
You're insulted.
Insulted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah. And he's gone over the limits.
Yes.
Yeah. And the other voices of the father?
He expects me to understand him, but he don't understand me.
He doesn't understand you, Father, yeah.
He don't give a shit.
And how does that make you feel that he wants you to understand him, but you don't understand, but he doesn't understand you?
He don't want to understand.
He
He's
doesn't
ungrateful
want-
and I'm angry.
Yeah, and you're angry.
I'm
Yeah.
angry very much.
You're angry. You're angry here because he's ungrateful. You're angry because he doesn't understand you. And you're angry that he's gone beyond the limits. But at the same time, you're also sad because there's a part of you that is close to him, right? And you're saying, maybe I don't have enough time with him. I don't connect with him, right? Okay. And what about this voice of the Father?
I felt here like...
Oh, in your gut, eh?
Yeah.
Listening to him.
I feel sadness and sorrow towards my own mistakes because he reflected them to me.
Okay. You feel, can we just slow this down a little bit? You feel sad and sorrow because he showed you, he reflected your mistakes. Okay, yeah, wow. Okay. Can we hear the mother? Thank you, Father. Can we hear the mother? How does she feel listening to her son?
I'm sorry and sad
You're
because
sorry and sad.
the misunderstanding between son and father.
You're sorry about
Yeah,
that.
very
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. And you became sorry you're listening to his diary, listening to his
Yes.
emotions? Yeah, yeah, I can see your eyes are moved. Yeah, you're moved. Right, you're sorry. What about the other parts of the mother?
It was very hard to hear what he says. It hurts me.
It hurt you.
Yes, I'm in tough position because I love my husband and I know that he's carried man. And I also very love my children. And it's hard for mother to да устрижем мужу.
You're in a difficult position.
Yes.
You love both of them.
Of course.
Yeah, you love
Very.
both of them very much. And you know he's caring, Father.
Very
Yeah.
caring.
And
Yes.
this saddens you.
Yep.
Yeah. And what about the other voices?
It has made me nervous because when I was listening to this diary, I was constantly thinking that me and my husband should settle our relationship, and it's my son who's 15. He's reflecting us, and
Wow. Yeah.
this is catastrophe. This is.
So you went to yourself in your relationship with your husband, right?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
how did you say, can you help me, how did you say that made you feel? That this was reflecting, it's a catastrophe, it's disaster. This is reflecting me and my husband. We have to solve it. Is that right?
Yeah.
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 We have to see what we have to do with our connection because our child is reflecting our connection. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And how is that for you?
For me, it's very difficult to see this.
Yeah, it's anxious. You said it's anxious. Eh? It's difficult to see.
Yeah. And I know that in the relationship to my son, I think I lost connection.
You've lost connection. Yeah, you've lost connection. Right. And the other voices of the mother?
I love my boy very much, and I felt really sorry, and I felt so much pain. And
there's a lot of pain. You
yes.
love your son. Yeah.
And I want to help him, but I don't think that I'm able to help him now.
You can't. You feel helpless. Is that
Yes.
how you feel helpless? Well, I can't help him right now. Yeah. It's not that I don't want to help him. It's just because I love him very much, but I can't see him right now because I've lost the connection with him. I can't help him. Is that right? Wow. And the other voice of the mother?
Yes, I think that means I feel angry because I have very important role in my family, but I don't know how to connect connection me and my husband and the others.
Right. So as soon as, if I understood the mother correctly, she's very sad, you're very sad, right? And you're a lot in sadness because you love both of them, you're in a difficult position, and you realize that this is reflecting your relationship and that makes you anxious. And then at the same time you feel helpless because you don't know what you can do right now. And then when you feel helpless, sometimes you get angry because I don't know what to do, right? I don't know what to do, so I get angry. The anger is because I don't know what to do with all these emotions. Yeah, what can I do to help my son and my husband? Yeah. What about the sisters? How do they feel? Andrea?
Asking Daddy, why are you so angry?
Yeah.
What's your big deal?
How did you feel listening to your brother, his diary? What was that like for you to listen to your brother?
He's always pissed off on something, and it's making my father angry.
Okay.
And why is he doing that?
Yeah. Yeah, you're questioning why is he doing? You feel that if he's doing it, he's doing something to your
Yes.
family.
Yes.
Yeah.
To me, and to Mom, and
Yeah.
Mom is so sad, and
Mm-hmm.
I wish to protect my mom.
You want to protect her.
Yes.
You feel that she needs protection.
Yes, and I need protection.
And you do too.
Yes.
Is that making you afraid?
Yes, maybe I would like to be invisible back then.
Oh wow, I'd like to be invisible. Yeah. Yeah. What are the other voices? How do they feel? Listening to your brother.
Yes, I want to help him, but I don't know how.
I don't know how to help him. I want to, but I don't know how.
And I feel so tense with myself.
I get inside tense, yeah, and I don't know how to help him. Yeah, wow.
I didn't have any idea that he was that angry. Before I was saying that he isn't guilty, but with voice like that, I feel like he betrayed me too. I feel scared.
You feel scared.
Like with the father.
Yeah,
So,
you get scared with your dad when he gets angry.
yeah, and now that my brother has higher his voice, I feel scared again.
And you get scared with the anger.
Yes.
Yeah. You want to be invisible, right? You get scared, really scared. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you don't know how to help him either.
I also got scared of his anger, and I'm disappointed because I thought he cared more about me and my sister, that we were more connected, but now I can see it, it's not so.
Oh, it's not so, you're not so connected, and that
Yeah.
makes you sad.
Yeah,
Wow, yeah.
and disappointed.
And disappointed. You thought you were connected with your brother.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know that we were pain in the ass.
Yeah, that hurt you?
Yeah.
Well, now when I know that I'm a pain in the ass, I'm also angry. Also with my brother, not just with my father. And I feel like I want to go away, like disappear from this situation.
Just to disappear again, yeah.
Yeah.
So you feel sad and you're quite disappointed, and you'd never realized that there was so much anger. You get scared because he's like your dad in some ways. So you get really scared and you're sad, and then you say, I just want to disappear, right? I want to get away from this, right? Because it's hurtful to lose your connection. Yeah? Okay, what about Moija? How does she feel with her brother?
Franz is such a jerk.
Yeah.
Why did he go to the father's room? I really don't understand why he's making him angry all the time. I'm really pissed off with his attitude.
Yeah.
It's all his fault.
Right. So you get angry with him.
Yeah, I'm really angry.
Because he's made a difficult situation.
Yes, it's his fault,
And,
definitely.
and you're getting angry with him. Yeah. And what about the other voices?
I feel lost. I don't know what to do in this family situation. Everybody's angry and arguing, and I just want to hide under the bed or under the blanket and just disappear or stop time or make it stop.
I'm only 8 years old. Yeah, I'm only 8 years old. I get angry at him because he's causing problems, and it's making things difficult because there's anger. But this anger is making me really afraid, and I just want to go under the blankets. Yeah, and I just want to cry. And just to cry, because you're sad, eh?
Yes, very much.
Very much.
He made me sad because he said he doesn't like us with Andrea.
Yeah.
I love him.
You love him.
Yeah.
And you're the voice, you're the part of Mojca that is closest to him, eh? And you love him very much, and he's made you really sad. You can see it in your eyes, Mojca, that he's made you very sad, that he doesn't love you right now. Yeah.
On the other hand, I wanted that he will disappear when he's not at home, and is everything okay? We feel like happy family with mother.
Oh, so are you saying your father?
Yes.
Oh, okay, right. So although you feel really sad about your brother, you're saying that maybe your dad, right?
Yeah, I want that he will disappear.
I want my father. I don't want my father to get so angry and to make all these problems.
Yes.
Yeah. Because are you scared as well?
I'm scared, and on the other hand, I'm angry.
And you're angry.
And I feel quite just an unexplained pain in my chest.
Pain in your chest, yeah. What's going to happen here? I'm only 8 years old.
Yeah.
Things aren't safe in this family, eh?
I'm not able to cry.
I'm not able to cry. I can't get it out. And I just want him to go away.
Yes.
Just go away. You're causing all these trouble. Yeah. Oh. And?
I'm sad. My mom is sad. She doesn't see me. And my father doesn't see me.
Yeah. Wow. And how is that for you when you feel your mom doesn't see you, you're sad, your dad doesn't see you, to hear your brother and what he was talking about?
He's unhappy.
He's unhappy.
Because father doesn't give him presents anymore.
Yeah.
He's forgotten.
Right. So you seem to be able to understand your brother. You're close to him and you can understand what he's missing. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And how do you feel about your brother when you know what he's missing? Because you're missing that too. Your mother doesn't see.
Vibrations in my stomach.
Okay. Yeah. Vibrations in your stomach.
Yes.
Yeah. And if they had a word, what would they be saying? Do they speak? Or do they just make you trembling?
They just make me fear.
Fear. Okay, so they're trembles of fear. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so could we listen to the next diary? Another family member and their diary, please? Who wants to speak now?
I'm actually kind of feeling sad about my sisters. It's not their fault.
Yeah.
We're in the same mess.
See what happens when you hear the inner dialogue of the others. You change your feelings as well. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Francie. Can we hear the other dialogues? The other diaries now? Who's going to speak?
The father.
Okay.
I'm sorry, honest.
Yeah.
Shall I just read?
Yes, your diary, Father.
I don't feel appreciated. These kids driving me crazy. What did I do wrong in this situation? What was the kid thinking, and why did he see the importance of his? Why didn't he see the importance of this dossier? I work so hard for this family, and they don't appreciate it. No respect whatsoever. They don't give a flying F word. I'll lock my office in the future. Maybe that would help. My current situation is exhausting me. I really feel burned out. Maria is also not doing her job as a housewife and a mother. Even her moussaka is not as good as her mother's. I'm the one who should knock before entering my son's room, and he just invades my office and shits all over my work. Maria never says anything to the spoiled brat. It's her fault also. How can she stay so calm at a situation like this? She should know we live out of my work. She knows how hard it is to get and keep a client these days. Why am I so angry? My secretary can maybe help me tomorrow and repair those things. Probably I'm overreacting. We need a family meeting. I must put things right. My whole family is against me. I work so hard to provide for them, and this is what I get? No respect when I was his age. Even my employees don't do their job properly. Look at me working Saturday night, God knows where they are having fun. If I did this to my father when I was young, he would kill me, and my mother would probably help him do it. Yanis, get a grip. Tomorrow I'm taking charge of the situation. Things will be different from now on.
Okay. That's it. So, how does Yanni's wife feel after listening to his diary?
Not good.
Not good.
Guilty all over.
Oh, you're guilty.
He makes me guilty.
He makes you guilty.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah.
But inside I know that I do good work, that I try, but it's impossible to be perfect.
Yeah. It's as if he wants you to be perfect. Whatever you do is not good enough, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So he's trying to make you feel guilty. He's
Yes.
making you feel guilty. So a part of you is guilty, but another part of you says, okay, I am doing
I'm not
something.
guilty.
I'm not. I'm doing whatever I can. Yeah.
His wish was that we will have 3 children, that I don't have a job. So I'm not guilty at all.
I'm not guilty.
No.
Yeah. I need him to understand that I'm doing the best I can. And the other voices of Maria?
I'm angry. He's a bastard.
Yeah.
He's an egoist. And he doesn't love us.
He doesn't love us,
No.
yeah. Wow.
And
how is that for you, to think that he doesn't love you?
I feel lonely.
Lonely, yeah. If my husband doesn't love me,
Yes.
I am lonely. Yeah, wow.
And he's not connected with feelings. It's only here and his job.
He's not connected with me.
No.
I'm lonely. Yeah, yeah. And the other feelings of the wife?
I'm disappointed.
Disappointed, yeah. Very disappointed. You were expecting for him to understand. Right. You're disappointed.
Move out right now.
Okay.
Don't come back till you think about what is going on. I don't want to be with you anymore if it is like this.
Yeah.
Where did we lost each other?
Yeah, we really lost each other. I never wanted it to be like this. We really lost each other. What happened to us? Yeah, I don't want this anymore. I want this to stop, right? I need him to understand what's going on, what's happened. I really need him to understand. That's really very sad for you, Maria. Yeah.
I'm so sad, but it's only stuff. It's no important too much for us, for our family. It's only stuff.
It's only the work, it's only
Yes.
the dossier.
Yes, yes.
That's not important. What is important is our family.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and our connection. I need him to understand that.
Yes.
Yeah. Can we hear the children? How they felt about the father? How they heard their father's diary? Who's going to speak first? Could we hear from Francie first?
I'm also angry.
Yeah.
I wish that my father is an adult person who can hold, and now I see him as a child, and I'm asking myself who is now his child, who is, and I really this just increase my anger, and I will recommend him a psychotherapy.
Yeah. He's acting like a child. He's not being able to take care of us. He's not taking care of us. I need him to take care of us. Yeah.
And I feel close to my mother's feeling.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That's really makes me angry.
Yeah.
And what is that like for you, to feel that he's not taking care of you, and that he's lost his role as a father?
It's a missing point.
It's missing.
One important point is missing.
It's missing. Something is really missing. Yeah, he's not there as a father to take care. Yeah. And that's missing. Does that make you sad or fearful?
Sad.
It's sad. Yeah.
And lonely.
And lonely. Yeah. Because you're a 15-year-old adolescent boy, eh? Yeah. And you need him there. You don't want that missing. And what are the other voices? Katie.
I actually think that this meeting that he's talking about is probably the first good thing that he said or suggested. Because that's the opportunity for me to tell him how I feel. And if that's everything that I have from him, yes, then I'm not grateful for all the things that he does, because he's not around, and that's all I want.
Right. That's what I want. I want him to be there for me.
And to talk to him,
and
to be able to talk to him.
So that he can listen to me, is that?
Exactly.
Yeah, to talk to him, yeah.
And also not feeling afraid of telling what I feel, because I'm scared that my mom's going to start crying and she's going to feel unworthy and she's going to feel like she's a bad mother or whatever. I just want to discuss things with my parents.
Yeah, I want to be able to express how I feel. I really need that. Yeah. And so I heard his suggestion is something that may...
I just hope that this meeting that we're going to have will not be just a list of things that I have to do and that I'm expected to do. I just hope that something's going to come out of it.
Yeah, that he's going to be able to listen.
Yeah.
And I can express myself.
Yeah.
Okay, and the other voices?
And he just, I don't know how he can understand that I'm not him. I don't know what he had with his father, but he just talks about himself, actually, quite a lot. Just, I want him to take charge, but like I just said, I also want him to listen and see us.
You want him to see you as you are. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, makes sense. That's really important to you. You need your father to see you as you are. Yeah, to listen. Because he's very important to you.
We used to play basketball sometimes, but now.
You miss that. Yeah. Any other voices?
I'm really angry at him because he never takes responsibility for what he's doing, and even now he's asking himself, what did I do wrong? And every time he blames others. His employees are now, and my mother isn't good enough, she's not cooking good enough, we are all spoiled, but it seems like he's doing everything okay for him. He doesn't see that maybe some things aren't okay. And I'm really angry.
You're angry.
Yeah, and I'm not that optimistic about this family meeting because I think he is just going to have a speech.
Are you afraid a little bit about that meeting?
No, I think I'm going to freak out and tell him everything that I was writing in my diary.
Okay, right.
I don't know how it's going to end. I think he won't listen and that he won't let me tell the whole
Right.
But I can't go on like this anymore.
Yeah, you have
it's
to
too much.
express yourself. Yeah. And the other boy?
I would probably never be good enough for him. I'll probably never get that good as he is. He always expects the best out of me.
Wow. So, wow, is that a feeling of really disappointment or hopelessness? I will never, ever be able to be as good as he wants me to be, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. I'm always doing things wrong. I can't live up to what he expects me to do. Right.
And I have to act good to show the little sisters how good I am. But it's always my fault.
Wow.
At everything I do wrong.
Everything's always my fault. I even have to take care of the sisters. It's always my fault. I can never live up to what he's expecting me. Yeah. And that makes me really sad, and it makes me angry. And I need him to listen because he's very important to me. I'm missing him. Yeah. Okay. And can we hear Andrea? Can we hear Andrea how she feels after her father?
I feel sad and disappointed because our father is never here and he never speaks to us properly except when something goes wrong.
Wow. Right. He's not there. I'm disappointed. He doesn't talk to me. He just waits for something to go wrong.
Yeah. I really don't care what's his excuses, and I hate to be the one always who understands, who has to understand, and that who has to be calm for everything and everyone. And I really don't care because once I would like to be just a child who.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I just want to be the child. I don't want to have to take care of everybody else. Yeah. You were the one that was saying before that you feel you have to protect your mom as well. Yeah. You want to be a 12-year-old girl. Yeah. Any other voices? Andrea?
I feel guilty for not appreciating his work, and I think I have disappointed him, and this is such a heavy burden for me.
Wow.
I think that I'm a bad daughter.
Yeah. That's really heavy for me, right? Because I'm just 12 years old. Oh, yeah. I'm just 12 years old. And I just want to be the child. I don't want to have this burden, but I also feel very guilty because I haven't lived up to what he wants me to be. Yeah.
I haven't met his
I
expectations.
haven't met his expectations, yeah. And the other voices?
Are they getting a divorce?
Oh, are you worried about that? You're afraid that something's going to happen to them?
Everybody's getting a divorce.
Everybody's getting a divorce. I thought my brother, we were connected. Now I saw we weren't connected. Now my father and my mother. Wow, what's happening here? That must be very frightening. Is it?
Lonesome.
Lonesome. Yeah.
I feel just sad. I don't know, and
I'm sad. With all that's
it's too
going
much to me. Maybe
It's too much. Yeah, it's just too much. And I is it like I want to just move back a bit? It's just too much for me. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, just to stay there. Okay, and Moicha.
I'm so scared. When my father yells like this, I would like to hide. And I want to be a good girl. And I am a good girl because usually he don't yells at me.
But I'm really scared when he does. Any other voices?
I'm confused. My father is a grown man. He's not allowed to act like this.
He's supposed to be a grown man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm confused. Where is he? How come he can't deal with his feelings, eh? He shouldn't act like that. Yeah.
I don't know how I feel. I don't care. I want a new doll.
Yeah, because you said you were very sad.
Scared.
And scared. You were very scared. Yeah. And you're very confused. He's supposed to be the adult. I'm afraid. I'm confused. So, right? I want a new doll. I don't want to be in those feelings. I don't want to be scared. I don't want to be confused. I don't want to care anymore. I'm just going to numb my feelings, and I want a new doll. Yeah.
Because I'm not safe. Yeah.
So, because it's really unsafe. Yeah.
I hate him because he said such bad things about my mommy. And because he's making all us sad.
Yeah.
It would be better without him.
We'd be better without him. It's easier without him. We're okay. We said that before. We're okay with our mom. He's causing the problems. Yeah. I'm really getting overwhelmed with what's happening. I'm only 8 years old. I'm really overwhelmed. I'm confused. I'm afraid. I don't. He's making my mom unhappy, and just just let him go away, because things need to be better. They can't be like this anymore. Yeah. Yeah. So can we hear the two daughters' diaries, one after the other?
Okay, maybe we can start.
Okay.
Since we ended.
Yeah.
Dear diary, there was a quarrel in our family again. Francie did something stupid and my father freaked out. Diary, you're the only one who can understand me. And my mom is really scared. I'm scared too. I would like to seek comfort with my mom. It would be better that father wouldn't be here with us at all. I hate him. I hate Francie too. When my father's not at home, it's quiet. We can play, we can laugh. I would like to disappear from this family. I would take Andrea with me. But Andrea is busy too. She's in love. It's so stupid. I will never fall in love. And I will never yell at my children. The grown-up world is so complicated. I would like to play with Andrea and forget all this. Why did Daddy come from work at all? It would be better that he would stay there. He doesn't care for us anyway. I'm sad when Mom and Dad quarrel like this, when Dad's yelling.
And can we hear Andrea's diary?
I don't know what to do.
Will we first reflect?
I'm not sure what to do. I want to be invisible. I think I should stay in my room. I feel afraid, but maybe if I avoid any contact, any eye contact, maybe I should walk as slow as possible. Maybe no one will see me. But still I want to come to my mom and ask her if she needs anything. And maybe I need protection. I need comfort. And Moitza, she's so small. I wish to take Moitza out. And Francie, I'm so angry at him. Why is he making our father angry? It feels so empty. Doing nothing. I feel betrayed. I feel lonely. Maybe I should just put my headphones on and listen to music. Or talk to my friend on the phone. Guess what happened in school today? I feel tension in my body. I feel so stressed. Are they getting a divorce now? And why is he so angry for a small thing like this? This is so stupid. His work is so important to him. Maybe I should punish him. Maybe I should not talk to him, or maybe I should stop eating. So, this means we're not going to the cinema tonight.
How does that feel to hear your daughters, father and mother? How does that feel?
It's not good. Not good because father, husband told us that we are not good enough for him, and this is very painful. And I need peace and quiet to think about it, what we will do. It hurts me very much.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for my children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how did you feel with what they were saying?
I was so sad.
So very sad. Yeah.
I almost cried.
Yeah. You're sad that something is so difficult for them in the
Yes.
family.
And they are such a good kids.
Yeah. And the other voices?
I'm feeling guilty for my children to not be enough strong, not for me and not for my children.
Yeah. Because you were the voice that was saying, I don't know what to do, I don't know how, I'm overwhelmed, I'm helpless. And now you say, what's happening, I'm guilty, I have to be able to do something. Yeah, right. And the other voices?
Yes, I would like to say I'm sorry, my daughters. Because I'm not strong enough to deal with that, with our connection, with my husband.
I'm sorry that I'm not strong enough.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other voices?
I'm sad because I understand my husband, and I'm very sad because of our children.
You understand him as well, and you understand how the children are feeling.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I want to be a good relationship with in our family.
Yeah.
No, that things.
Not these things. You want this not to be like that. You want to change this. Yeah.
But I don't know how.
I don't know how to do that. Yes. How?
Yeah.
How? Yeah. And this voice?
I'm really sorry that I don't see my girls. That I'm so overwhelmed with my inner world. And I think it's very difficult for me to hear my girls having such a wisdom and knowing what's going on, and me not being able to do the right thing, which I know what would be. But I feel so. Yeah, I'm sorry for that.
I'm so sorry that I can't. I have been so involved with my inner self, that I haven't been able to hear them till now.
Yes.
And now when I've heard them, I feel that sadness. And I hear their wisdom. Is that right?
Yeah, and I know what they need.
And I can hear what they need now. Yeah. Can we hear the father now? How do you feel listening to your daughters?
I feel very sad. I feel guilty for causing this much sorrow to my family. And I'm also scared. I mean, if I'm gonna be able to fulfill, keep my pace with the job, with everything, and again to balance it with my.
Well, yeah, that's a difficult balance.
And then again to keep some boundaries, to keep some role as a father.
Right. Yeah. How am I going to balance all this?
So I'm like in a triple position, and it's a lot of burden.
It's a lot of weight. It's a lot of burden. It's difficult. Right?
Yes.
To be able to balance providing for the family, working, and being there for the family, because you didn't realize, you're sad because you didn't realize what was going on inside of the children.
I wasn't even thinking.
I wasn't even thinking. I got so lost in trying to
Because
provide.
at the same time, part of me still feels misunderstood also.
Yeah.
Just like the rest of them.
Yeah.
I'm
We're
only
all
doing my
the same.
best.
I was just doing my best, trying to provide for them. Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm surprised and sad because I had no idea that my feelings, my anger to my son will touch so much my daughters too, because this was just between me and him, and I had no idea how much I could hurt. I could
This
hurt.
affected the other members of the family. Wow, yeah. You didn't know.
No.
And now that you saw that, how does that make you feel?
I'm sorry for that.
You're sorry about that, yeah. Yeah. Right. And the other?
I feel ashamed for not seeing my two daughters' pain, and I'm sad about it. But at the same time, I still feel unappreciated because no one said that they see me as the only one in this family providing money.
Right.
Nobody said thank you.
Yeah. So I can really feel what they're saying, and I'm sad about that. And I still need them to appreciate me. Yeah, that makes sense. I need them to appreciate me.
the responsibility is totally on me, and I have to face it and repair the damage that I've created.
I want to repair this damage. Yeah,
Plain and simple.
it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm sad. I didn't realize how this was affecting all the members of the family. I've been trying to balance providing for them, and I've been trying to be there for my family and for my children. And I still though need to be appreciated, and I have to fix this now, right? I just have to make something out of this. Is this a sense of responsibility for doing something? Is that right? For changing something?
Yes, if I created this mess, I should repair it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Is there also a voice that I created it?
yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. So it seems that I created it.
I was the one
That got angry.
that reacted in that way, that got fixated on a written dossier.
Right. So it seems as if I'm taking on responsibility for my action, which had an effect on them. Is that right? Yeah. I'm taking it on me that I had an effect on my family. Okay, wonderful. And?
I feel bad.
Yeah.
I feel bad and the shame. Can it be two voices?
You can be as
Yes,
many voices
and
as you
another
want.
voice, another voice don't listen at all.
Who does? Your
Another voice is telling they don't understand me, I'm alone.
Okay.
Yes, and
Yeah.
they don't understand me, it wasn't meant for
Yeah.
them,
Yeah.
abandoned.
Okay, wow. So you're really voicing a lot of what's going on inside of the father, eh? I feel very, very sad about this. I'm trying to balance what's going on, right? I never realized this before, that this could have such an effect. And?
Shame.
And I'm ashamed of, I'm afraid maybe that what I did had really an effect on my family. I want to take ownership of this effect. But at the same time, and this is making me feel bad, at the same time though, I need their appreciation because nobody really appreciated me. Is that right? Yeah. I need their acknowledgement. Yeah, yeah. Okay. And can we listen to Francie as how he heard his sister?
It's just, this is just too much, you know. It's just, I don't think I can do this anymore.
I can't do this
I can't
anymore.
do this
I
anymore.
can't listen to their
I
feelings.
can't listen to it. It's too much, you know.
It's just too much
Just
for me.
they're there and you know,
It's just, everything's just
it's
too
just
much.
too much. I'm so used to, you know, I'm used to blocking everything out.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm used to, you know, just being in my room and, I don't know, you know, listening to my tunes, and this is just too much for me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You said
I just
before
can't
that,
handle this.
fortunately for him, because that's what I can listen to my music, and I'm out of here, right? This is just too much. I'm out of here. Yeah? And just before you're out of here, could you just say, is that too much? It's overwhelming? The emotion is too overwhelming for you? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's too much all at the same time. I mean, all, you know.
The complexity of the family and how they feel.
Because, you know, it's when my little sisters talk, and I feel bad for them, especially because before I was a little angry at them.
Okay, right.
And now I know that they're closer to our mom, and she's just, you know, I'm kind of pissed off at her. She's still helpless, you know. She's still
Right.
just sad and just. Isn't she an adult too? I mean,
Okay,
what is just
right.
dad the adult?
Yeah.
Mom is what? I mean, and it's like.
It's almost as if you're taking on an adult position because you're so worried about them. And what's happening here? My mother is still not getting to it, right? She's not getting there. So this is really just too much for me. I can't take this on. Yeah, I can't take the responsibility of my sisters on. I was angry at them. Now I feel sad from what they said. But where's my mom? You know, my dad gets angry, where's my mother? She's so helpless.
And it's like me and my sisters, I mean, you know, this was her choice to stay at home. It's not, if she can't handle the choice, why did she make it?
Okay.
I didn't make it for her.
Okay.
They didn't make it for her.
So you've got to live up to your choice, mother. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
I mean,
Yeah.
this was your choice to stay at home. I don't know what you did with dad at that time, you know, who said what, but,
Yeah.
you know, it's...
It's also your adult responsibility to be there as an adult for us. Yeah? Right. Thank you. And the other voices?
I just feel that this is not right, and I like my sisters so much. And,
This isn't right, what they
Yeah.
feel. It's not right. Yeah, something needs to be done. Yes.
I'm tired.
And you're tired.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel more father and a husband than a brother
Wow.
and a son.
Yeah, you're more, yeah.
It's too much.
It's just too much,
Yeah.
yeah. And you're right in between your father and your sisters, right?
Yeah.
Right in between them, right? And it seems like I'm their father. And sometimes I'm even taking care of her. That's just too much for me. Something needs to be done.
I miss the good old days.
You miss the good old days, yes. Yeah. Right. That's sad? Is that sad?
Yeah, it's sad.
Missing that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I said that they are two pains in the ass.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can feel them now that they express themselves. I can feel where they are. Is that right? I'm sorry
Yeah, I
about
think that we are all in the same mess.
We're all in the same mess. Yeah. We're all in this family of not being able to connect in a way that we all feel safe. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. What I'd like now to do is to have the village. Can you tell us a little bit about what the more traditional society? Oh. No, she said her diary. This part of the son didn't hear his mother's diary. That's good because she said she's not an adult. Yeah, okay. That's not by chance. That's very indicative. Good.
She didn't say her diary. Really her diary. Just
Did
her
you
picture.
read your diary? No. Wow. So, you know something that's really interesting? Because your part that was saying she has to be a mom, right? And you are really there watching her when she doesn't express herself and she's not a mom. So you were, this is what we call also the co-therapist in a therapy session. Okay, let's hear the mother.
He should put his stuff away next time if it is so important to him. He should put his stuff away next time if it is so important to him. I feel split in two parts, between me and my children and between me and my husband. I'm exhausted. I don't feel like wife anymore. I feel unworthy being like I don't have any role in this world, like I'm a servant. I don't feel good about me talking to children alone about his absence. Me and my husband should talk about this topic. It is not for children, it's for an adult to discuss. I know this happened because we are not team anymore. He yelling at children, it's because we are not team anymore. We should settle some rules and everyone would know where and what is his or her place. If he would be in contact and listen to children, he would know to leave his stuff at work. Francie is 15 years old. He should also know better, not to write on papers, on important papers. But it is not my role alone to settle the rules in the house. I cannot do this alone. Is this marriage at all? Or what is this? I mean, what do we have here? What role model am I to my children, to my daughters? I feel I have to do something. I want to live again. I am calmer now. I'm calmer now. It was just an incident that happened, and this happened so many times before. He is more into career. He's like that. He's more into career, and he's a bit quick-tempered. But our family, we have a lot good qualities also. After 2 hours, I am more calmer now. And also, yeah, that's it. I would like to make some comment.
I am calmer now.
No, this is just a comment for after. Yeah.
After 2 hours, I'm calmer now. Can the husband say how he feels about listening to his wife's diary?
I also feel we are not a team anymore, me and Maria. I feel actually very much alone against the world. My employees are against me, my competition is against me.
I am alone against
the world.
I have no team.
My contractors, now my family.
Wow. Yeah.
What am I to do?
What am I to do? I'm alone in the world. And the other voices listening to her?
I feel disconnected.
Disconnected. Yeah.
And I want to stay this way.
And I want to stay this way. It's like I just want to. She didn't appreciate me either. Yeah. So I want to sort of withdraw and just stay disconnected. Yeah.
I also feel disconnected, and that we are not a team anymore. We decided a long time ago that she will stay at home and I will work. And I'm doing my part, but is she doing her part?
I'm doing all that I can do. I'm keeping up what we've discussed and what we decided on. Yeah, we're not connected anymore.
Just had a feeling something is missing. We lost something. I don't know what.
Yeah, something is missing.
Yes.
Yeah. And how does that make me feel? Does that make me feel that I need to?
I need to do something.
Yeah.
But I don't know what.
Right. Because one part of me is going to withdraw, and I want to say disconnect. But the other part of me wants to do something with her. Right. Something is missing. We've lost something. We've got to find this again.
And I don't want to have a team. I'm not on a soccer field or anywhere like that. I want to have content, a quality with my partner.
I want a quality with my partner. She means so much to me. I don't want to be plain. Yeah, I don't want to score against her. I want to be with her in a relationship. Okay, great. Can we hear Francie? Because he heard his mother. What is his feeling? How is it for you to hear your mom?
Something is missing. I don't know.
Something is still missing. Yeah.
I miss something.
Yeah.
I cannot tell what.
I don't know what it is, but something's still missing here. Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't sound convincing.
She doesn't sound convincing.
No.
That she's going to do something.
Yes.
Yeah. She's not very convincing to me. Something's still missing. So I don't have hope yet. Is that right? Yeah.
She's just saying something, but
like she doesn't really mean it or feel it.
Yeah.
Maybe
She doesn't.
she's
not
talking a
expressing
lot.
her feelings. She's talking
Yeah.
a lot, but she's not expressing her emotions.
And she's just in a position I can't do anything.
Right.
It's just the way it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I want some action from her.
I need her to take action. She's my mother. She's an adult. Yeah. And something's still missing.
She's like a ghost.
Oh wow, she's like a ghost. Yeah. Yeah. And how is that for you for your mother to be like a ghost? You can't
She's
feel
not-
a ghost,
she's-
you can't touch a ghost, you can't, yeah, wow.
She's never there.
She's never there. She can go in or she wants as a ghost. She's never there. Really there. Emotionally really there, yeah? She talks a lot, but she's not emotionally really there for me, yeah.
It's a little. I had a little glimpse of hope as well when I heard her speak, because then I could hear how my dad responded, and it was the first time in this session that we're here today that I heard him not be the one like with some kind of totally in charge position.
Oh, okay, right.
I heard him, to express how
He wants her to. Is that
Yeah.
right? How he wants their relationship to
Yeah.
change too. Yeah,
not just be the only one there on top.
right.
So I don't know. I think she did say something that kind of I kind of understood as her being closer to him, maybe.
Oh, okay. And that's what you want. You want them to be closer.
Yeah, but
yeah.
I don't want to be in between.
But you don't want to be in between. You want them to be closer,
Yeah.
right?
Mm.
Because that's too much for you
Mm.
to have to be the father and to have to be the husband. You want them to be. And so she expressed it something which may not have been totally emotionally there. It may have been part of a ghost. Something was missing, but at least it's a beginning. A little bit of hope, yeah?
Mm.
Because they connected somehow. Okay, yeah. Okay, and I am going to go on. I know that you have a lot of feelings as daughters, and I'm just going to go on and ask one or two from each daughter without an explanation, just a feeling, listening to your mom.
I feel a bit relieved.
A bit relieved.
Yeah.
She spoke up.
Yeah, and she knows how to put things in order. At least I
Okay.
heard that. And
Wow.
I don't need to worry.
I don't need
so
to worry
much.
so much about her because
Yeah.
she can put things in order when she expresses herself, and she looks at the thing.
Calmer.
And she's calmer, and that makes me calmer. Yes? Okay, and the Andrea? Oh, sorry, Moicha. Yeah.
I'm still numb. My mother is not really existing. She's somewhere else, and I feel needs to. Mother, come back.
Yeah.
Do something.
Yeah. I still want her close to me, right?
Yeah.
She's too far away. Look at where she is, right? She's over there, she's talking, but look at how far away she is from me, right?
Yeah.
I'm only 8 years old. I still need her to come to me.
I feel her distant, almost in some resignation.
She's like resigned.
Resigned,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I want her to come to me. She's too far away.
To stand up in her
To
power.
stand up and
in
come.
her.
Yeah.
Well, she's sad.
She's sad. Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll draw a picture to make her happy.
Okay. So one part of me says I want her to come, and another part of me says I'm going to go to her. I want to connect with her too. Right? Yeah. Great. So now
Can we
I call
hear
upon.
feedback from the mother, how she heard those stuff that we said?
Oh, that would be great, but we will be here until tomorrow because it's a real complex. So I know that you need that, and that would be wonderful, but we're just trying to make 2 points here, and yeah, that would be great if we could do that. We should have a session, a family session then, but right now we're going to hear what the village has to say. What the tradition has to advise this family. Because remember we were talking about, oh wow, the village stood up.
Maria, you didn't do your job well. You should know what children are doing through the day, and you shouldn't let kids to play in Janne's workroom. You should also be supportive to your husband with demands and punishments. As an architect, you could understand how important and demanding his work is. He is the family's provider, and he's trying very hard, working day and night. You should send your kids to church every Sunday to learn some respect and obedience.
Thank you. Okay.
Also, or should I wait, or also to Jannes?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, Jannes, you did good work. You did absolutely right to punishing him, as everyone should know who is boss in the house. You should send Francie to work on the field or some other work for the society. And Francie, you are old enough that you should know that you mustn't, I have to repeat, mustn't play with your father's documents. You should show more respect. You should appreciate your father's hard job. And who the hell are you to think that your father should knock on the door which he paid for? Try to be more like him. You have very good role model in your house.
So the village is very clear as to their values and to what is right and to what is wrong in a family. Yes? Very clear and very present. Yeah? Can we hear the city?
So, Jannes, I hired you for this project and we have to follow the deadlines. In the moment, maybe we could offer you some extra professional help. Maria and the children, I believe that it's a difficult situation for you in this period and that you miss your husband and father, but we need Jannes in the moment. He's very important for us, for the city. And I'm very proud of him. On the other hand, Jannes, we can discuss maybe to postpone your deadline, or we're willing to discuss about the laws in the city, in the field of architecture, to make things a bit easier for you.
So basically, you centered around his role as a professional. Is that right?
Yeah, we are in the business relationship with him, so as the city, I communicate with him.
Right, okay. So you basically identified the city with business relationships. Okay, that's very interesting. Yeah. Okay, and can we hear the therapist who has a very difficult role? What did you see?
Okay, what I see, Maria, you work very hard with your children, and you, Jannes, are successful at your job and trying to give your family enough material support. But what I feel, you lost connection between you, that there is no emotional contact. I have a feeling that you live separated lives. You are not united in the role of parents. You, Maria, you are in touch with your children, but you, Jannes, it seems you live outside everyday's life, their life. So maybe you both could explain how each of you see this situation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So if I understood correctly, the therapist finds that the therapist would work with the couple. And how they are experiencing this situation
of disconnect, just him working and she at home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, okay, great. All right, so now what we have to do before we break, I want you to give me the diaries, not yet though, and I want you to form, 40 divided by 5 is, I want you to form 8 groups of 5 people, new groups. Try to take, don't take someone else that was in your role, all right? So, first of all, de-roll, take the role off of you because you were really deep in the roles. Shake it off, you're not the role anymore, you are yourself, okay? And now form small circles of 5, take one person from each role. Go ahead.
So one from
right after this, not now. No, now you go. What I want you to do, just before we break, because you have to talk about, I know, this was tiring. I know. Inner dialogue is tiring. Connecting takes a lot of effort. You're very right. So, just before we break, just talk about how you felt during this process, and what did you see, what did you learn, what made an impression on you? Just 2 things, that's all. And then as a small group, you will present what you felt and after the break. Go ahead. Just 10 minutes, only 10 minutes.
Then there was more mutual understanding. Everybody understood each other better. And the other thing was that when the children calmed down as soon as the parents reached an agreement. So,
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those seemed really important.
Another group?
Our conclusions? Roles inside the family should be defined. Yeah? Some matters should be discussed only between the parents in private. Second one, all the members of the family hold some place, some significance.
Right.
And the third one, unexpressed feelings between parents tend to transfer over to the children.
And I'm supposing that you mean as a couple. Unexpressed feelings between the
parents as a couple, yes.
Yeah.
They transfer over to the children in sense of burden.
Okay. Yeah. Another, yeah.
It's important to be conscious of plurality of inner voices.
Important to be conscious of?
Plurality.
Conscious, okay. Plurality of inner voices.
Yes.
Good.
Which are all legitimate.
Are all?
Legitimate.
Legitimate, yes.
Yes, sorry. And they all have senses.
Okay, and they all make sense. Yeah. Great. Right? Next group. All make sense. All inner voices make sense. And they are all legitimate. Wonderful. Next group. Yep, go ahead.
We were discussing the process.
The what?
The process.
The process?
Yes, how the multiple voices in one personality came out. Differences in one person. This was one thing, and another thing was that it was very interesting, this unity of the family. they all were united in the victim position. The father was victim, the mother was playing the role of victim, father was, kako se reče povedati?
Right. When there is disconnection, everyone is a victim. Is that what you?
The son was feeling victim.
Everyone was a
Yes.
victim. Yeah. Yeah.
Of each other.
Of each other. Mm. Mm-hmm. Great. And can we go on? Yes?
The experience is emotionally draining because all these roles and our feelings in the roles are real. Children tend to somehow protect the parents. Anything else?
Right.
And remaining individual in the group, in the small group.
And
Expressing your individuality in the group as a one voice in the.
is what you said, and? Which means, can you help me understand? Because you spoke, when they were speaking about, they said that multiple voices come out different in one person. And it's very interesting, they said, that in each member of the family, the unity of the family in the victim position, right? And then your group speaks, and if we take that as a flow, you're saying that is really emotionally draining. When you have a family, or when you're in a family, or when you see a family where everyone is united in the victim position, that is emotionally draining, right? Just like you did it here. That is really emotionally draining. And then the children tend to protect the parents. And then you said that everyone tried to remain an individual, to remain not. Is that?
Yeah, because in the process when we were forming, for example, Janes or some other role, you had to fight for the prevalence of your small voice among this large assembly of voices.
Right. So
that was
yeah. What?
Chorus.
A chorus. Yeah. So it's difficult. What you're saying, you have to fight to remain an individual.
In some sense, yes. You have, I mean,
For example, I, as a city, I have my opinion.
Right.
And it doesn't matter what the other person or the other part of the city.
Okay, I understand.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that when you're in a victim position and there's disconnection, and that is really a disconnecting family, a disconnecting group, a disconnecting city, or all right? That is emotionally draining because everyone remains in the victim position, and what they're trying to do is fighting to remain their voice, for them to prevail. Yes? You're fighting to remain in your individual voices. Is that right?
Yes.
It's not right. It's not right. It's not right for you.
I was just trying to express the.
Thanking you. Because you gave me a message at the end. Because I can get over excited about working with emotions and working with young people like you, and really, you were really so good at going so deep and doing all this stuff that I didn't realize that it was beyond your limits. And I want to thank you for giving me that message by disconnecting, okay, and not being able to understand where we are. And many times when we have a family in front of us, when we have a couple, we'll see that we get disconnected with them and we try to understand them and it doesn't work. So you have to go somewhere else and try to understand that, because this is a collaboration right? There is no more therapist is God and he knows, or the teacher is the authority and they know. It's a collaboration. So if that doesn't work, then go somewhere else and go somewhere else. And if that doesn't work, something's happened in the alliance, okay? So something happened in the alliance and I got the message, look, teacher, you're the authority figure. You have to provide the context, right? And the space for us to be ourselves. And I had overdone it with the time. So I'm thankful that you gave me that. And I'm thankful to myself that I heard it, because I could have just gone on and on and on, and I love going on and on and on. Okay. I do want, though, to finish off the day with just a little bit of theory of this model so that you can maybe understand what we've been doing. I want to show you what we have done through our research on the more, on the couple and on the family and culture, and how the change in culture is affecting the family and the couple. And we've been talking about that from this morning, right? You've been talking about in between, right? You've been talking about all these beautiful concepts of the Slovenian family, of how tradition doesn't work anymore. Did you hear the village today? Wow. You have to do this. Yeah, you're laughing, right? You're laughing because they say, you have to do this, this is what you have to do, and you have to do that, the wife, and you have to do that, and the son, right? So what is proper and what is not proper? Mind you, they were very clear in what they were saying, right? Whereas the city today, if you think of the transition, the city is not concerned with the interrelation of the family so much as the business relationship, right? And the efficiency of Yannis in his business. Well, that was really interesting too, right? So how is this transition from a traditional village to a city, which has a therapist also, right, in the city? How is that affecting this transition, the family and the couple? So I want to go back. I want you to see the functioning of the family and the couple specifically in terms of 5 periods of time. All right? So this is a drawing, this is a diagram of our research, and we're going to focus now on this at the beginning. All right? Let's talk about what was it like traditionally. Not in your parents' time. Your parents lived a bastardized, tradition. It's not your parents. Your grandparents and your great-grandparents, what you hear from stories, what you hear of what was going on at that time, right? How did a man and a wife get married? Did they fall in love?
No.
There was an arranged marriage, right. And was the arranged marriage based on what?
Wealth.
Wealth.
Social status.
And social status. Why? What was happening in the traditional milieu? What were they struggling for? Because in your society, in our society, there was no technology in my great-grandparents' time. There were no means that we have today, right? What were they struggling for? Survival. Perfect. Survival. So in order to survive, could a person survive by themselves? We're talking basically about an agricultural economy. Think about the supra system. The economy was an agricultural economy. Could one person survive by themselves? No. No, you needed the other person, right? In Greece, we say, to provo to exo to madrito troio likos, which means that the sheep that goes outside the fence, oh, you have it too? is eaten by the wolf, right? So you cannot go outside these boundaries because you will not survive, you will die. You cannot survive on your own. So if I wanted to pick my olives in order for my family to survive, I needed to go with you to my olives and you with me, right, to yours. And so we would be interdependent on each other, okay? We even have another saying. I think you have this one. I was talking, I think, to Miriam, that one hand washes the other, and both of them are needed to wash the face, okay? So we knew about interdependence at those times, because that was the only way we could survive, right? So if a husband and a wife came together through arranged marriage, basically on economy because they needed to survive, right? How do you think their relationship was? What was the wife concerned with? Housework. Children. Right. Good. Okay. And what was the husband concerned with?
Hard labor.
Hard labor. Right? He was the one that was supposed to be, and that in Greece again we say, the man's forehead has to be clean, because he has to be a good provider for his family, right? So I'm wondering if I could have a male and a female just to do a demonstration for a minute here. Could you give me 2 volunteers, a woman and a man here? Who could just get up? Okay. Does one of you want to get up? I'm not going to bite you. Will you help me? Okay, good. So, you are concerned with... No, you don't look at him, because this is an arranged marriage. If you look at him, your oxytocin will go up, and you're not supposed to do that, okay? You walk, and you don't look at... Oh, look at what he did. Okay. So, what is he doing? He is being the good provider. He's out in the community, right? And you are in the house, okay? You are the one that are looking after the children, yes? So, here you are. Okay, right. You've got your whole domain here. You're responsible for the house, for the children, and to help them grow up. And you're responsible to be the good provider, okay? And you've got a back-to-back relationship. How does that feel here? How is it for you to know that she's there, and to you to know that he's there providing for the family, and that she is there, your wife is there to take care of your children? What does that feel like?
I feel like he's pushing me a little there
Okay.
to my kids and
Okay.
Like,
Is he
providing safety?
He's providing safety for you, and he's also, is he depending on you? Is that
No,
right?
he's not depending, but
Oh.
he's not allowing me to go there.
Oh, he's not, okay. That there is not for you. This is for you. Yes?
Yeah, I feel that way.
Yeah. But he's also, you said, providing, what did you say? Safety for you? Yeah, okay. You're not there, you're here. Because through your children, a woman has status. Yes? Through being a good wife, through being a good mother. Yeah? And what is that like for you? To have your back here with your wife? She's taking care of your children.
It's warm.
It's warm. Yeah. Right. Why are you laughing?
Eat.
It's warm.
Eat. Not she. Eat.
It is warm.
The status between us is I mean,
The state that you are in
the-
is warm.
the feeling, you asked me about feeling and
Yeah.
I responded. I was not referring to her,
Not to her,
but to the feeling.
to the
That's why
feeling.
it.
Yeah. Exactly. It is the situation. All right? This situation where survival is at stake, right? Where these people, and this was, wait a minute, this is not today, this is dysfunctional today. But in order for us to understand, we have to respect what was functional then, right? So these people had a division of roles. The man is for the provision, the wife is for the children. And they were succeeding in surviving this way. Okay? Now, thank you. Kyriaki, you can sit down. Thank you so much. Right? So in the traditional milieu, basically, she and he had, as we say, a back-to-back relation, and everyone was taking 100% responsibility for the relationship through the roles. What you should do, what you should do. Yeah, and they were doing a good job of surviving. Now, let me say though, if she's over here and he's over there, they don't have very much emotional discussion about things, right? Because again, let's say in my culture, what do grandmothers teach their daughters and their grandchildren? I don't know if you have that saying here. Traditionally, daughter, when you get married, remember, the husband should know you from the waist down. Do you have that? I'm talking about grandparents now, okay? What shouldn't he know? Because he shouldn't know you from the waist up. What is from the waist up?
What you think and what you feel.
What you think and what you feel, right? Because that wasn't functional for survival. You had to remain in your roles, right? You had to survive by depending back to back on each other. But so then, what did you do with your emotions? What would you do if, let's say, my husband came home and he was a bit drunk last night from drinking with the boys? What would you do if you weren't supposed to tell him? Because if you tell him, there's going to be conflict, and then the marriage will be at stake. And you don't want that in a situation where survival is at stake, yeah? So what would you do with something that was bothering you, that was saddening you, that was making you somehow disappointed and afraid? What would you do? Who would you go to? Where would the woman go to? Who would she talk to if she needed some help? There was no therapist. Other women. Okay.
Church.
In the church. To other women and to the church where, again, other women. But especially to other women, because now we're not talking about a city. We're talking about agricultural economy. We're talking about going to the next door, knocking on the door, making things with other women, right? And through making things with other women, you say, my husband did this, and he did that, and then what do the other women do? What do they say? What? They say the same. They say, one voice says, my husband is the same. Yeah? What does another voice say? Another woman.
My husband's even worse.
My husband is even worse. Could another woman say, you know, that's the way men all are?
Yes. Yeah.
Or could another voice say, you know, yes, but your husband last year, remember what we said about love, your mother got ill, and she came into the house, and you remember that, right? So she brings in the good qualities of the husband, yeah? So what was happening then was that women could have an inner dialogue on the community level. Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So then when they go back home, they can again play this role of back-to-back with security, because how does she feel when she goes back home? she feels? How does she feel? She's talked about it, they have supported her. She feels relieved. Okay, so in an environment, in time one, in traditional society, where there is homogeneity of the way we think, the way we feel, where there is a community ideology, because look at here. This is the mother, the father, the son, and the daughter. You see that they have open boundaries with the community. They are not closed into a nuclear family. Yeah? So she can go to the neighbor and talk, and then she can have her inner dialogue here and come back relieved. Where does the husband go if he wants to talk about difficulties in his crops, in his plants?
To the pub.
To the pub. In Greece we say the coffee shop. He goes and drinks coffee, he plays backgammon with the other men, yeah? And he talks about the difficulties of being the provider. He doesn't talk with the women, he talks with the men, right? So he goes to the coffee shop. Let me now ask you something. Would a woman, if a woman doesn't talk to her husband because they're back to back, and they have that safety of covering each other's back, would he ever know that she was disappointed with him because he came home drunk? No? Never. How would he maybe know? Gossiping. What gossiping? Gossiping in Greek, because it's a Greek word, comes from cutting and putting in, it's called grafting. Anyway, that's a different story. But what do we call it? How would she know? How would he know that she was disappointed in him? Think about it. This beautiful communication network that they had.
No sex for a week.
No, but she's not supposed to tell him.
Children, perhaps.
The children?
Or the neighbor between them and
Okay. So she tells
maybe
the
she
women,
tells the woman, and
the woman tells who? Her husband, she gossips. Okay. And the husband, a beautiful communication network. The man tells the man.
always.
Always. So the man doesn't lose face to the woman. The woman doesn't tell him, the man tells him. And so the next day, for a few days, he goes home early. Okay, so it's corrected because of this communication network. They don't have a communication between them, face to face. They have it through the community. Okay. And the son is very close to the mother. He also, though, because it's open to the community, he also has his role model of his father, and slowly he becomes a man. He goes to the coffee shop or to the pub. And the daughter, who does she belong to, traditionally?
Mother.
To? She belongs to the family, but what is she preparing herself for?
Arranged marriage.
To get married and to belong to the next family. Yes? So she goes to her friend and talks, and she's getting ready to become a mother herself. Now, that's in this society, in traditional society, in an agricultural society. Something happens now, and the family moves to the city. What are these red lines?
Borders.
Borders, not boundaries. Borders. What are the borders? We've closed off in the cities. What did we close off? The community. Community. Closed off. Right? We created nuclear families. Here, it was important what the grandmother was. It was important what the aunt was. Here, the most important is the nuclear family. Because in this time, in industrialization, you don't need the other person to survive. You can survive on your own, basically, because you can find a job, you can go to a factory. This was agriculture, this was industrialization, right? So here, we closed off the community, and there was an invasion of new values. Here it was interdependence, the group, the in-group. Here, it starts to be the individual. New values come in, a lot from other countries, not the more traditional countries. And then, so what has happened? The mother doesn't have the neighbor. The man doesn't have the good aspects of the coffee shop, which was the relating. And the children do not have their way of dealing with their problems outside the home. So what we have found is what you played today. What did you see today? You saw what we say in family therapy, triangulation. Did you see that? Did you see how closely the son really was? I mean, he became, how do you say, an identified patient with his behavior. He was scribbling on his father's things because he was expressing a lot of the tension that maybe the mother or the sisters were feeling. That the did you see that today? How the son, did you hear what time said, this is too much for me? I'm taking on the parent role, parentification. You know that from your work in family therapy. So in this time too, we see that there's no social system supporting the family or the couple. What they now have to do is, can you get up now again? This is what is scary. Right, go back. Go back to the thing. So you have your support system here. You have your support system of men here. And all of a sudden this is cut off. And we are expecting now everything from you. Wow. What are you going to do? You don't have the skills. You don't know how to do that. You know how to relate to the women. You know how to relate to the men. And you idealize how this is going to be, but you don't know how to do it. Yeah? Okay, thank you. Okay? So this is the most difficult relationship when you change from the traditional society to industrial society. And then in time 3, in the 1960s and 70s, a new value came in, and that was the individual rights and the establishment of the value of the individual and the right to be different. Here, there was an emphasis on the group. Here, there was confusion. Who am I? What do I want to do? What are my boundaries? I don't know what to do. There was a lot of an invasion of values and confusion here. And then now in time 3, there's an emphasis on the individual and on independence. But look, where's the connection? I remember, because I grew up in Canada at that time, there were even magazines that were coming out and they were saying how to live by yourself, how to not need the other person, right? I remember when I was studying in the United Kingdom, in England, I helped this English woman in something that was very difficult for her. And then after about 3 months I got sick, and so she helped me. And she wrote me this beautiful letter of how I shouldn't feel bad about myself, that I needed her, because I had helped her before. So it's like here in this time, it's like a weakness if you need the other person. The individual is so emphasized here that when you need someone, it's like you're weak, right? Here you were interdependent on each other. Here there's a confusion, and here you just want to be independent and you don't want to need anybody. Because why? Because we say that when you don't know how to keep a connection, you get frightened And sometimes you just disconnect in order not to feel those emotions. Yeah? So you become an individual. And then there became an emphasis on relationships in time 4, in another time event, as you see there. And how, this is a lot when systems came in, and how the importance of strengthening connection, but at the same time of actualizing difference. Remember we talked about the difference that makes the difference. We want to be ourselves, but at the same time keep this connection and be different. And time 5, which is something that we're trying to do today in our age, because we can live by ourselves, but we don't know, I don't know if all of us wish to do that. We're saying that we need to stress autonomy through and for interdependence. So that myself, I am a woman, I am connected to this relationship, and at the same time, I am here in Slovenia, I am teaching because this is important to me, and I am leaving the relationship with my husband, but I am hopefully not abandoning him. So this is a new skill, and we don't know how to do that very well. We're either very interdependent through the roles, we become confused, we either have just our individualization, but here what we want to do is to be able to keep our connection and to be ourselves without losing that connection, without abandoning the other person. Okay? So, if this couple was to come to us, okay, to work, we would really try to work on their attachment and their connection here, but at the same time, to really respect and understand that each of them, remember what you said about the inner voices? How many inner voices they have. The complexity of the transition from the traditional to the postmodern. This woman was an architect. She studied. She finished university. She had dreams, and yet she's in the house right now, right? And she's become what the children said, she's like a ghost, okay? That is not because she's pathological. That is not because she's got depression. She may experience these feelings, but that's because she is really in this conflict of transition, okay? That's it. How do you feel? Questions?
For me, this was a really good workshop. I enjoyed every moment of it. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you for helping with the role. That was very helpful. Does that make sense? Does that theoretical sort of put it together in some ways? Yeah? You're shaking your heads? Mm-hmm. Right. And let me just say something, because I'm not going to be working with our model, this model, with the family in therapy, but it was really interesting for me that Miran said during the break that maybe we could work on this in this way, and this is exactly what we do at our institute. When we have a family, let's say that this couple and these children were to come in with us, many times what we do because it is very difficult to create and help a family or a couple change when they are very immobilized in just one inner voice, just anger. Right? Did you hear all that anger? It's just anger. And so what we try to do is many times we utilize our trainees or our co-therapists, and they come behind the couple or the family, and they sit like this, and they voice other voices. And this person will say, no, that's not for me, if they don't agree. because it's collaborative. Yeah? So when we work with our couples or we work with our families, it's very important to believe this, right? To have this in mind. That woman may say she's angry, but she's got other feelings under that as well. Right? And we'll see tomorrow even more when we focus on EFT, what the primary emotions can be under that. Okay? So, if there isn't another comment, then we can finish early. Because you've worked so much today. Oh, good. Thank you for that. Albert was very kind enough to bring these beautiful books here today, and I think you could take a look at them. We will be using EFT tomorrow. I am suggesting that they translate some of these into Slovenian, but I think there's so many people that speak English, it's amazing. This is the basic book of EFT, in terms of the basic book of the scientific book, the therapeutic book. It's by Susan Johnson, who started this. Not what we did today, what will we be doing tomorrow, okay? But since Albert won't be here tomorrow, he thought very wisely to bring the books today. So you can use them as a reference for tomorrow. It's called The Practice of Emotionally Focused Couple Therapy, Creating Connections. This is for the therapist, but this is also a very interesting book. I will give you today or tomorrow also some pamphlets on this. This is called Hold Me Tight, and this is for the public. This is for couples. This is for someone trying to understand where they disconnect with their partner. And it's very, very interesting reading. Susan Johnson is bringing out a new book. She's actually already printed it, and it should be coming out next month. And this one I have not read. I am supposing it's good.
It's an earlier version of where Susan edited.
It's an edited book.
So there are some basic attachment text.
Oh, great. I will look at that myself, actually. And then this is the book of one of my dearest friends, Jim Furrow, and this is a workbook. But this is basically if you want to become an EFT therapist when you start training in EFT. This is a very, very helpful workbook that asks you questions, that you try to answer them, and that really follows you in the process of becoming an EFT therapist. Okay? So I'm sure that Albert or Miran will be able to guide you with those books. And we will have an opportunity to focus on EFT tomorrow. Okay? So have a good evening.
Plačati mi danes, prosim, plačati, da bomo se denarja.